Welcome to BMX Race Hub, round 2 of the Lloyds National BMX Series, here at the home of British cycling in Manchester.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Okay, so we're all back for more today. Practice is going on behind me. As you'll know, it's an exceptionally hard place to not only run a race, but also race a race. So a very hard surface, very fast, really dusty yesterday actually. I think where the doors were closed, there wasn't a lot of airflow, bit of airflow later in the afternoon, seemed to clear it a little bit for the finals. But yeah, quite a difficult place to be riding bikes. It's warm again today, so it will warm up through the day. We've got block racing, remember, so 2 links, AM and PM, so check that out on YouTube for this afternoon's link as well. And yeah, looking forward to going racing very soon. First of all though, a quick look back at yesterday. Okay, have you enjoyed that? A lot more of that on track today. We're here with Rich Eames, commentator extraordinaire. Nice t-shirt. Yeah, so a couple of standout moments from yesterday, Rich.
I think the biggest one for me was Freya Chalice in Championship Women. She certainly, followed on from Verona and the form that she was in and brought it into Manchester. The fact she was laying down such good laps, gapping, riders who are technically more senior than she is. She did an amazing job, and some of the younger kids as well, just jumping that step up into the second turn. The level's going up, they're starting to progress younger and younger and jumping further and further. It's great to see.
Yeah, we had Benny Jackson over that jump and a couple of others in those age groups as well, which, the levels are going up because the ages that things are happening are going down. And I think with the Championship Women as well, Freya and that level, improving all the time at the other end, if you like, is really stretching everyone away as well.
Yeah, it's the good thing is it pushes everybody else's level up. When somebody comes in and starts to upset the apple cart a little bit with those kind of performances, everybody else there's going to go, actually, do you know what, we really need to raise our game, and it's like a rising tide lifts all ships. So yeah, it's good. It's really shaking things up, and it's good to see, and it's going to progress, the racing so much more over the next 3 years up to the Olympics.
Yeah, great. So I think next we're going to go to the interview. Yeah. All right, here with Ross Cullen. Ross, hi. So bit of a reset year because last year, obviously, end of the Olympic cycle, new team, new bike. How's it going?
Yeah, really good. I'm happy to be back at the stomping ground in Manchester for national rounds 1 and 2. Started the year pretty well in Verona, picking up a first win of the season, which was great. So yeah, I've come here for a bit of fun this weekend. I was a bit unsure whether to race because it's in the middle of a hectic period, going back into a strength block. We got another European round coming up, and obviously prepping for the big World Cups. But I'll come and do a few laps and show my face.
It's all right. Well, you know it like the back of your hand anyway here. And yeah, Verona, day 1 anyway. Beautiful day.
Yeah, weather-wise it was treacherous. It's the only time I think I wished I was back here with a roof over my head. But yeah, it was fantastic to see all the hard work put from winter and some of the frustrations from last year. Yeah, definitely came out on day 1. So I'm pleased with where we're at. and we've definitely got a lot more in the tank for the rest of the year.
Nice one. So the World Cup this year is quite condensed, isn't it, and a long way away. And then you said about the strength block you're going into. So just give us a bit of insight into that.
Yeah, so I didn't really want to fully taper for the event in Verona, so we almost tried 2 weeks of a little bit lower volume going into it. It worked well, so now we're straight back into some heavy training, because like the focus this year is World Cups. And the European rounds are more just for a little bit of training. We'll just train through them. I think World Cups and World Champs are the ones I want to be shooting for sure.
Yeah, it's good. I think it's good for some of the younger, younger riders to understand that you can train through a season as well, depending on what your goal is. So obviously with World Cups and building the next 3 or 4 years, I guess.
Yeah, I think, and I didn't do it last year, you don't have to, but it's a fine balance. You don't want to be the sort of guy that turns up to 2 races a year, because if they don't go your way, it's been a pretty wasted year. But equally, last year we raced an awful lot. I tried to be fast at all of them, and we learnt our lesson. So this year we're still going to race just as much, probably more. I want to do as many nationals as I can, especially with the new team coming in and supporting. So yeah, I think we'll just keep the training volume up and try and chase some jerseys this year.
All right, nice one. Well, hope you have a great season, and it's great to see you here.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, hope you enjoyed that. So we're a few minutes away from racing. Practice has just finished behind me. Why don't we have a look at the track guide that we did a couple of years ago to go on board around the lap. Welcome to BMX Race Hub and your Manchester Indoor Track Guide. Okay, Manchester Indoor, quite an environment, really different experience for racers. Obviously, you've got the roof, you've got the lights, the crowds, the intensity of noise, different noises. There's a buzz in the air, literally, and of course, there's no weather. But it's a really quite harsh environment. The dust as well, it's quite dry. There's no air movement, and I know it sounds weird, but you get really hot in here, even on a cold day, because there's no air going over you. So it's a really, really different environment for riders. And of course, the track as well is it's pretty big, pretty demanding. We're stood on the 8-meter hill, the only indoor 8-meter, only indoor track actually, but only indoor 8-meter in the country. And you've got the 5-meter just down there, which is where most of the riders will race from. Really big jumps, really big berms. You've got different lines in the corners because of the pro section coming out of and then into the first and the second berm. And actually a very, very wide third straight, which used to be a split straight, but now isn't. So yeah, let's have a look around the key features. Okay, first feature, got to talk about the start hills. So we've got the 5-meter and the 8-meter. Most of the riders are going to come down the 5-meter hill, obviously the challenge side. And you've got the Supercross 8-meter side. Pretty steep. Again, that really harsh environment, something a lot of riders won't be used to, but lots of benefits from it. It's nice and smooth. It's quite steep, get really good speed, and then you hit these first jumps. So as you can see, well, you can probably see it's a really hard surface. We'll have a look at that in a second. And quite big features as well. Lots of different lines through this. Actually, some of the younger riders tend to flop onto it or jump it. And as you progress through, getting faster, probably more like a manual, and then pedal out. This one, jumping all day. It's a big one. You've got to commit, and it's a big process to get through this jump. But once you are, loads of speed for the rest of the track. Okay, next feature, first corner. The biggest issue with this is you've got 2 lines coming out, 2 lines going in and coming out again. So for the challenge riders, you've got to get across from the outside, but then cut to the inside. So it's quite a big carve down, especially as the speed builds. Some of the smaller ones probably on a low around this corner. It's quite banked and grippy around the inside. The faster riders are going to need to be carving down the berm to get back across for what is a really important section of the track into the second corner. So let's go and take a look at that now. Okay, next feature is the jump into the second corner. It's quite big, as you can see. It's something that can kill your speed if you get it wrong. But obviously getting it right, getting the backside of the jump into that second corner and then a pedal into the corner is kind of mission critical on the track. The smaller riders are going to plonk onto it and then get back on the pedal. The bigger riders, that sort of 13, 14, it becomes really important to be jumping it. Okay, so the jump and then into the second corner as well. So you can see it's quite a long way in there, but it's a good old pedal into the corner and then out of the corner as well. And you can see there's quite a long way into the corner. So pedaling in, pedaling out is really important here. Okay, so we've had 2 big corners and now we've got actually quite a tight corner, but really supportive. You've got to get your head and shoulders round, looking down the last straight, looking for that exit as you come into the corner. A couple more riders coming through here now. So you've come from a wide straight to something much narrower into the berm. And then as you can see, really getting round that corner is very important, getting your head and shoulders through so you can set up for the last straight. Okay, last straight on the way home now, nearly there. You can probably see, you can maybe hear as well, this track is quite unusual. It's very hard. Hang on a minute. Did you hear that? It's a sealed surface, so low dust, no real kind of gravel to it, really fast, obviously pretty harsh. So we're nearly at the finish line, and let's go on board with Harry Tanner for a hot lap.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
Manchester indoor hot lap, steep start hill, a lot of pedals to the second jump. Carving into the amateur, manual, double manual. Jumping into the corner is really important. Pedals early, coming out the second corner. Manualing down the third straight. Carving that last corner and just have fun down the last straight. Pedal to the line.
Okay, hope you enjoyed that. So we're a couple of minutes away, maybe, not more than that now from racing. I can see comms in place, there's some people sunbathing on the pro straight. The crowd's gone a bit quiet, the riders are going round, so we can't be far away now. So we'll pass over to the live feed and comms.
of the Lloyds BMX National Series 2025.
Tired as well, twice as hard.
All right, here we go. Young ladies, females 7 and under, and shooting out of that gate like she's been shot out of a cannon. Hattie McGoldrick, Super Hats, GT Factory out there in front. She wants to put an exclamation point on it today. She's got the 980 chasing her down. That's Kenzie Cheek. Alice Laurie in there in that new Midlands Club jersey. We love to see it. Noah Kerr, Opal Jones in the mix as well as they go in and out of that second turn, and Hattie's already halfway down the third straight. 980, Kenzie in 2. Noah in 3. Opal in 4, nearly missed her, sorry Opal, and Alice in there in 5. Well, that's a great lap for Hattie to start the day off. Moving on, more female 7-year-olds. Hattie's just taken Moto 1. This is Moto 2. Esme Anderson, Sophia Rees, Ada Warner, Evie Knight, and Erin Thoros. All these young ladies, 7 years old, absolutely flying the 275. That's Erin doing it for the Hawks. Shout out Scott Dick in retirement land down near Bournemouth. Living the life. Sophia in there in 1. Esme in 2. Ada Warner on that 366 plate. She's in there in 4. Chasing down Evie Knight out of Cornwall. Sophia's going to take the win at the line. Let's have a look. Yep, she gets it. Right, 7-year-olds. I think the 6 and under boys are mixed in with the 7s actually today. Roberts Cactins, Benji, Ross Foster. Oh, got caught up on the inside, Benji. Here comes Shelby Yates. Ride with Shelby on YouTube. 750,000 subscribers and counting. Roberts Cactins out of Derby BMX Club. He's in there in about, 4th at the minute. Henry Dodd, another mid-length rider in that new jersey, going well. I did mix him up with Lewis Dodd, who plays in the NRL yesterday, but, you know, it's an easy trick. Both talented sportsmen. Only one of them's radder than the other, and he's on the track right now. Shelby taking the win. Dennis Turner, Eddie Brown, Ionis Chalkos in there as well. As we move on to moto number 4, Oliver Bridle. 01 British champ, absolutely flying. William Beckett in there as well in 2, I think. Jackson Gregory, Jensen Dyke, John Joe Blundell, Charlie Thorne, and Luke Barron. Oliver out front, though, doing it for Exeter Eagles in his club jersey. 593, that is Jackson Gregory out of Tiverton, the newly named Tiverton Tornadoes. Or if it's been the name all along, I never knew, and I've been doing this for 30 years. But anyway, Tiverton, love your new club jerseys as well. As we move on to race number 5, Pow, Arns, Byrne, Wolf Svensson in this one. Elijah Dubois, Louis Austin, and Isaac Tomlinson. Allen'sBMX.com, Factory Supercross out in front, the 313. I think that's Louis Austin. It is. Bromwood Park National Race Team. Jack Byrne on the 403, doing it for Decoy. He's there in that third position. And the 327, Harry Powell, out of Decoy. Oh, moves being made in that final turn. Look at that big swoop on Louis Austin. It's cost him a position, but he's still in the top 3, so that's fine. Jax Bradley. Oh, Lewin Jameer is in this one. Is he? Where's Lewin? Maybe he's having a day off. Maybe he's working in the kitchen. I don't know. Ellis Dowson got a nice fist bump off Ellis earlier on. Charlie State. Alejandro Crudo Estevez. If there was ever a more Mancunian name than that, I'll wait. Leo Hawker and Leon Krzyzosiak as well. So 2 Brunty massive riders in this one. But it looks like Jax Bradley, I think, he's going to take it across the line. Is it Jax? It's not even appeared on the scoreboard. Rubbish. Terrible. Can't even tell. Anyway, I know that young lady out in front, Miss Maggie Devine. Evie Farrington-Bell, Matilda Hewitt doing it for Radco Racing. Flick Brentnall in there as well. Luciana Pinson-Barron, Mabel Pine, and Susie Wyatt. But it's Maggie out there in front, going well. Doing it for Sorted Race Gear in that brand new kit. They've dispensed with the fluoro yellow this year and gone for some pink. Race 8, Lottie Arnold, Mia Chalk, Verity K. That's Abigail Henning. I'm sure Dan's been experimenting with bearings again over the winter. They'll probably have like less ball bearings in there, and they'll be covered in super space glue or something, and she'll be going really fast. Anyway, there's Mia doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Young lady out in front on the 0-1. That will be Orla Jewis from Fast Signatures taking the win. Abigail took the 2. Verity in 3 with Lottie Arnold rounding out the top 4. Isabella Henry in 5. 656. Who's that? Let's have a look. Arlo Payne out of Preston. Different helmet on today, that's why I didn't recognise him. But he's out there. That's young Mr. Atlas Field in there. Atlas Lewis Fields in there in that 3rd spot. 2nd spot even. Logan Aceto and Finley Thomas as well. Finley under a bit of pressure from Logan as they come to the line. Oof, just gave up that spot. So Finley went from 3 to 4. Finley Kerr, Teddy Gorman, Joseph Claydon, Archie Walsgrove, and then you've got my mate Oscar Rather fast in there, and rapid Roman Birdfield. Oh! Roman Birdfield, his sleeve stuck in Isaac's back wheel. Let's hope he's all right. Oscar's back wheel even. Let's hope those boys are okay. I mentioned the name and they both get tangled up. Bit of commentator's curse going on. 904 though, out in front. That's going to be Teddy Gorman, MK Evolution. I think it's the elbow pad rather than the arm. I'm hoping it is anyway, that's stuck in the spokes. Alan Rutherford's going to need his Allen keys out after this one, I'm telling you. There we go, he's out. And they're still going to race it out. Go on, Big Osk. Get it done. You all right, Roman? He kind of looked at me as if to go, really, Rich? There we go. Trouble with a capital T. My mate Oscar Rather fast. And Roman's giving it a little bit of style as well. I think we'll give them both a big round of applause as they come down this final straight. Well done, boys. You don't see that very often, do you, at BMX races? Getting your elbow pad stuck in the back wheel. Anyway, Albie Blight, Rudy Pleasance Ford, Conor Grant, Petar Bunchik, Archie Fisher and Cameron Joseph in this one. It looks like the hotshot rider out in front, Rudy Pleasance Ford, 424. That's going to be Archie Fisher out of Redditch BMX Club. He's in there as well. Went a bit wide in that turn, let 2 riders underneath him, including the 979. That's going to be Petar Bunchik out of Peckham. Albie Blight getting involved for Absolute Bicycle Motocross, just about to pass his teammates down the final straight. But it looks like Rudy Pleasance Ford taking the win in moto number 11. Moto 12, Ruben Mitchell, Cosimo Serra, Arlo Hatch, Rory Kempsford, my mate Big Link, Lincoln Hargreaves in the new Hard Knocks jersey, the Sunday kits. Frankie Jones in there and Charlie Crossley. And it is Frankie Jones out in front, doing it for the LCC BMX Massive. Under pressure though from the 042X. Rory Kempsford into the final turn. Freddie's giving it a go. Looks like the young man in fourth is going to be Cosimo Serra. On to Lewis for Moto 13.
These are the 10-year-old girls out on track. The 6-plate lead in this one through Crank BMX coaching. That is Eliza Powell riding for Preston Pirates. Running away with this moto at the moment. The 7 and the 630 are battling it out for that 2 spot. That is Rosie Geddes all the way from the Centurions Massive. Not heard much from them this weekend up in the stands. I'm sure they'll warm up as Sunday goes along. So it is Geddes repping the Cumbernauld crew in that 2 spot in race 13. As a race 14 hits the second straight, that is the 4-plate leading this one out. Holly Webb on the inside into turn number 2. Maya Collier in there in that 2 spot looking for a way round. Heading down that 3rd straight, just gets it a little bit wrong. Webb then sitting comfortable out front, the 8-plate in there in 3, that is Cara Cross, Gosport NRT, Collier making moves in the final turn. Can she make it happen? It's going to be Webb hanging on to it for Team Erin Andover over the line. Race 15, Robin Wyatt, Puyet Lam, Abby Graham, Emma Dean, Erin Cheek and Beth Worley all on track. MCR out front, Puyet Lam on the 658 plate. Look at that for a lead. That's a cracking first motor for Puyet. Charging down that 3rd straight. Who's in there in that 2 spot? Hotshot Racing on the 604. Emma Dean. Royston Rockets coming under a bit of pressure as the exit turn number 3. That looks like it could be the 879 of Erin Cheek out of the Hawks, bringing it through them top 3 spots. 10-year-old boys on track. Who's out front? The Northeast being repped into turn number 2. That was Thomas Giles on the 6 plate. I didn't recognise him without his red helmet on from last year. He's out front though. Looking like the Sinead Reed Academy in there behind him. Ollie Bird. Having a cracking weekend so far. He was flying all day yesterday. That looks like it could be one of the Centurions crew in there as well. Aston John Lee rounding out the top 3 spots in race 16. More 10-year-old ball rider down. Joseph Dewis got it all wrong on the 2nd straight. Not sure what happened. Thumbs up, check that out, ladies and gents. Now that is wicked to see. Well done to Joseph. He's going to finish his lap as we look at the decoy rider taking that moto win.
Anybody who does a 2 thumbs up Evel Knievel style, I'm all right after they're done, after they've crashed, amazing. Well done, Joe, good lad.
Once again, ladies and gents, put your hands together then for Joseph Dewis. Cracking stuff. Race 18 heading into turn number 1. Then look at these 2 guys that were battling it out all day yesterday as a couple of riders hit the deck. Heading into that first corner, it is your British champ, Ethan Shaw. Pro Star BMX charging into turn number 2. Seth Kacharik is in there behind him in that 2 spot. Repping Radco Racing and Derby BMX. Who's in 3, looking like TNT's Oliver Hawker on the 26 plate. Couple of riders back up to the feet. After that chaos in turn number 1, I think that could be the 25. That one was Oliver Hawker. It was George Kellum, that took 3rd in that one. And the 14 plate that crashed as well. Oakley Lewisfield. Put your hands together for Oliver and Oakley. Race 19 hits the track. More 10-year-old racing action coming your way down that first straight. Looking like last year's national champ on the inside. Charlie Dowson takes the whole shot for Crucial Racing. Who's in there behind him? Looking like the 11 plate at the moment. Arthur Donaldson. Where is Mr. Sigma Riz? He's in the middle of the pack in fourth at the moment. Repping that Mabo UK Sunday kit as he heads in and out of turn number 2. Chasing down the 9 plate of Tobias Groves. Look at that for a scrap out front, ladies and gents. It is only the first moto for these 10-year-olds, but they're battling it out all the way. Looking like it is going to be Green Machine Tribe picking up that moto win. Arthur Donaldson, Charlie Dowson, Tobias Groves, 1, 2 and 3. 10 on the plate in race 20. That is George Spencer out of Decoy. Going a 1 and 2 with Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Jack Kitching round the outside, making that one happen. He works his way into that one spot. Where is Rex Ford? He's in there in 3. Repping Halo Wheels Race Team. He's looking for a way round Spencer. Out of that final corner, looks for a high-low. Can he drag race down the last straight? Kitching, moto win for him. Who's going to get the 2 spot? That one was tight on the line. Spencer hung on to it forward for 3. 11-year-old girls out on track then. Last year's national champ, GT Factory. Heading into turn at number 2. That is, of course, Maisie Egan being chased down by the Bradford Bandits. That is Amelia Rowe on the 889 plate. The front 3 looking close as ever. The E7, got to be Grace Hudak putting the pressure on down that final straight. Egan looking like she's going to hang on to the moto win. It was tight across the line for that 2 spot. Rowe hung on. Hudak taking 3. The E4 on track then. That is Betty Wills riding out of Pro Star BMX, being chased down into turn number 2. I think that was Aria Rose Lee. Out of the Centurions, yes, it is Aria. She's picking up that 2 spot, but she's being chased down by the 14 of Ellie Beat out of MCR. Looking like that could be the Hawks in there as well. Rachel Pritchard looking for a way round. Down that final straight, Mia Kiss hanging onto that 4 plate. It's going to be Pritchard, 4 spot, sorry. Pritchard in 5. 3 on the plate. Trixie Trays is out front in race number 23. Evolve Collective leading this one out then. Got a bit of a gap on the rider in 2. That's got to be CGR's Holly Richardson on the 6 plate, but she's being chased down by the 976 of Freya Montfort out of Pekka BMX. Montfort looking for a way round Richardson. Throws in a high-low in that final turn. The 17 in there in 4. That's Jamie Puddock. Spin to win Bicycle Motocross team inside the top 4. It was tight on the line for 2. Richardson just about hanging on though. That's got to be Joey McAvoy working his way up the inside, heading into that second corner, just comes under a little bit of pressure and receives an elbow from the race leader. That's got to be Edward Cordery. Yes, it is repping the Braintree crew. He's out there in front at the moment. McAvoy in that 2 spot. Team Mines, Otto Parr in 3. Looking like Green Machine in there as well. That's Oliver Richards inside the top 4, but it's all about Edward Cordery in that moto. That looks like it's got to be a national champ out front on the 1 plate. Jacob Anderson, Absolute Bicycle Motocross airborne into turn number 2. He's running away with this one at the moment. Who's in there behind him? The 2 and 3 spots looking like Arlo Steinmetz on the 16 plate, being chased down by the 21 of Leo Bradley out of Rusting Up Racing. In and out of that final turn and down the last straight. Who's that in there in 4? Looking like the 000 of Ollie Todd. Race 26, Kylan Gordon, Krupi race team. Back on track once again. Radco Racing in there behind him. That is Seb Hewitt on the 9 plate looking for a way round as they head down the 3rd straight. All about Krupi at the moment though. In and out of that final turn, Hewitt looking for a high-low. Who's going to get this moto win? Gordon, Hewitt, drag race down to the line. That one's tight. I think it might have been Gordon hanging on to it. As we look at race at number 27, Benny Jackson on track, charging into that second turn on that W8 plate for Evolve Collective. Who's that in there behind him looking like Team Ayers? Bo Morris on the 24 plate, the 10 is in there as well. Ronnie Wood, LCC race team, he's worked his way round and gone from 3 to 2. That was a cracking 3rd straight from Ronnie Wood, straight out of the textbook that one was, but it's all about Jackson in race number 27. Race 28 then on track. Malkin, Moore, Orland, Ritchie, Claydon, Bell and Snell. Freddie Ray Orland leading this one out. It was Freddie's birthday yesterday, so happy birthday, Freddie, as he leads away this moto for the LCC race team Exeter Eagles. In there behind him, Arthur Claydon out of PCR on that 18 plate. Them two guys looking comfortable as they head down that final straight to the line. Race 29 heading into that first corner then, and looking like that could be Allen's Factory Supercross. Finn Munro on the 4 plate. Look at the battle for that 2 spot. Preston Newmarsh Powers on the inside, on the outside, looking for a high low on Teddy Jones, and I think he's found it. Can he make it stick? Jones isn't done yet though, trying to come back at him down the 3rd straight. Munro, Powell, Jones, that's your 1, 2, 3. Finn Munro though, he's looking as comfortable as ever, picking up that moto win. Jones with a late charge to the line. Who's going to get 2? That one was close. Teddy Jones nicked it on the stripe. 12-year-old girls on track. Iris Harding's in this one for Pure Bicycles, your European number 3, who's in there behind and looking like the 2 plate of Elizabeth Loderpool, repping sorted race gear. The front 2 running away with this one. The 8 plate in there as well. That's Millie Ross out of Team Mine. Got a bit of a gap of her own on the rider in there in 4, but it's all about Hyder and Pure Bikes down that final straight, taking that first moto win.
Yeah, Moto 30 on track. Let's have a look. Who's in there? The 11 leading it out. That's going to be Freya Harris out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross, getting some pressure though. We've got Lucy Stevenson, Samia Hughes, Ocean Headley in there as well. Paige Cathcart Cunnison, and the birthday girl from yesterday, Lexi Adams. She's in there as well, doing it for Knightwood, her first national weekend ever. So Harris, he's going to take it to the line. Just trying to pick up who got that 2nd spot. I've got a feeling it was Samia Hughes. Yes, it was. Paige was in there in 3 with Lexi picking up a top 4. Now, Hard Knocks Bike Coach in the Sunday jersey with the pink and blue. That is Brooke Fast Fawcett. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching Enfuse Sports up on the mezzanine level. If you need some sports nutrition and energy products, go and see them. She's in there in 1. We've got Mara McCarran, Lily Mae Gould, Elizabeth Graham, Winnie Andrews, Caitlin Bird and Hannah Mackey in there as well. Mara taking the 2, Lily Mae for the 3, Elizabeth rounding out the top 4. Race 33, Sadie McSwitty, Poppy Mae Kirby, Evie Dyson, Lauren Keller, Elsie Blight and Grace Gerrard. Grace leading it out for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. In there in 1, Poppy Mae Kirby in 2. Lauren trying to make a move in that final turn, couldn't quite make it stick on Elsie Blight for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Is she going to get her at the line? No, not quite, and there was literally 4 1/1000ths of a second in it between them. That's how close it is. As we move on to race 34, Joe Rook, Stay Strong, Clark and Ken out in front, the 24 and the 38, chasing him down. That's going to be Noah Bagwell and Harrison Doe. Deacon Childs is in there for Royston. Preston have got Lewis Hughes making a late move and picking himself up a top 3. Lucas Belton, Huey Hall, Nate Cheek, Sam Riches, Adrian Galitis, Leon Waite and Akeem Brazier. Race 35, the 12-year-olds Moto 1. That's going to be Galitis out in front with the Latvian flags on his shoulder. Sam Riches in there in 2, Leon Waite in 3. Who's got that 4 at the minute? Might be Brazier, I think, as they come to the line. Is he going to hold on to it? I think he will. Yes, he does, from Lucas Belton. Race 36, Lucas Laurie doing it for MK Evolution in this one. Max Livingston in there for the Gosport National Race Team, but that's Leo Rowlands out in front, followed by the 20. Harry Swales, Fast Signatures. Moves being made in that last corner. Jet Thompson trying to make some moves from the back as Leo Rowlands takes the win from Harry Swales. 16 and the 23. Emil Challenger, Albert Saliedzans out of Bournemouth in there in 2. Big battle going on for that 3 position, the 31 and the 28 fighting it out. Charlie Cotton and Louis Cheffy from Team Mind. Charlie Cotton's going to pick up the 3, Louis for the 4, Zach Parsons for the 5. As James Bibby goes past me, he's got Marcus Mullen chasing him down. and Itai Jamira. Three very talented young riders. Jamira's trying to make his move down the inside into the final corner. Is he going to do it? Oh, not quite. Kept it clean. Good to see Mullen in 3. That looks like Archie Bell in 4. Not sure who got the 5. It was Ronnie Payne. As we move on, 19 on the plates. That's going to be Oliver Taylor, MK Evolution. Kieran Brownson's in this one. Doing it for Doncaster, Zach Hamill, Dawson Scott, Mason Barnard, Theo Davis, and Noah Ford. Zach Hamill blows a pedal, still holds on to that second spot. Behind Taylor as they head down towards the line. As race 40 goes past me now, the 12 and the E4. That's going to be Jack Devine on the E4. The 12 is Archie Crocker-White. Bram Heaver's in there, Leighton Harding as well. Harding in 4. That's Isaac the Sender Smith in 3. He's actually started sending stuff again. Wonders will never see Sam, do you know what I mean? At least he's getting it done. Moving on. 9-year-old girls, Madison Stupple, Megan Keller, Phoebe Miller, Layla Dixon and Maisie Dyson. Phoebe in there in 1. That's going to be Megan in 3, separated by the B. Radford Bandits. Maisie Dyson. Who's got that 4th spot? That looks like Fast Signatures. That's going to be Madison Stupple. And the 918 is Layla Dixon. Race 42, Ella Grant, Lawrence Snell. Also had a birthday yesterday. Alice Barron and Grace Ledgerwood Barr. I wonder if she still thinks that her brother smells. That was the message I always used to get off. Tell my brother he smells. 508, that is Alice Barron, Northeast BMX. But it is Fluent Bicycle Motocross out front. Lauren Snell. She's got absolute right on her back wheel though. Ella Grant's going to have a go down this final straight. Lauren and Ella battling to the line. Who's going to get it? Lauren, I think, just.
Oakley Hill jumped his way into the lead of this moto down the first straight, and he's still holding on to it as he enters the 3rd straight. That looks like Jake Avis in there in 2. Who's picking up 3? Got to be Dominic Zapanos out of Hot Shot Racing. That looks like Seb Perry in there in 4 as well, but it's all about LCC Race Team down that final straight. Oakley Hill taking that moto win. Race 44 on track. Franklin, Hatch, Jessup, Marco Garbachik, Pritchard, Brits and Gilbert. Where is Oscar Marco? He's in there in that 2 spot at the moment, making moves, but making it happen as well. Who's that in there behind him? Got to be Elliot Hatch. Hatch has made his move in the turn, and I think he's worked his way from 3 to 2. So it is now Hatch in 2, Marco in there in 3. That looks like it could be Pritchard in there in about 4, having moves put on him himself. But it is Christian Garbachik out front. He's your moto winner. Who's taking 2, 3 and 4? It was Hatch, Marco, Brits in that order. Race 45 on track. Looks like Green Machine out front. That is Callum Wood on the 329 plate. He's under pressure though from the 760 plate. That is Alfie Thorne doing it for Urban Air BMX. Looking for a way around the race leader down this final straight. Can he find it? Here comes Thorne. What a late charge that was. Didn't quite make it happen. So it is going to be Green Machine's Callum Wood hanging on to that win. 0-1 on the plate. It is Henry Sullivan, also known as Big Hens over in the southwest. He leads this one out in that lovely green helmet as he exits turn number 2. Big Hens then running away with this one. Sinead's Reed Academy in there as well. Looks like that could be Oscar Sanders on the 656 doing it for Peckham BMX Club. That's your front 2 riders in this race heading down the final straight. That's the 402 under a bit of pressure. Josh Byrne as they head down towards the line. Not quite sure who that was nicking the 3 spots. Bodie Holiday had to settle for 4 as Byrne hung on to 3. Antek Perebny is on track in race 47, repping the Birmingham NRT crew. Where are they this weekend? They're up there somewhere, shouting on Perebny as he heads down at that 3rd straight at the moment. The 761 in there behind him. That is looking like Ethan the Great White doing it for Moto 1 race team. One rider hits the deck. That might have been David Dunn on the 973. Yes, it was David. Let's hope that he's all right, but it was Perebny Out front with White in 2. We are looking at the 55 plus cruiser guys. Out on track. Allen's Factory Supercross, got to be the 4X of John Bentley leading this one through. The 3-plate in there behind him out of the Centurions, Raymond Reed. Looking like Evolve Collective in there in the 3 spot. Got to be Brent Featherstone with David Knowles in there in 4. That's how they're going to bring it down to the line. Put your hands together for David Dunn, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet.
Half a second off 50, which is only half a second from where she needs to be. Thank you.
Okay, riders, let us start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
Race number 49 hits the track. These are still your 55 plus cruiser bruisers. Madron's on the inside looking to stick it under Big Mick. Goff in the turn. Madron leads it. Goff in there in 2. Who's in 3? Got to be the 5-plate of Billy Stupple. Gosport NRT. That looks like it could be Team Mind in there as well. That's Keith Brown on the 7-plate. That's your top 4. James Musgrove in there in 5. The 11-plate in 6 of Jonathan Charlesworth. But your British champ and your national champ from last year has worked his way through. Big Mick now leads the race. He's going to take it from Madron at the line. Stupple, Brown, 3 and 4. 50 to 54-year-old cruisers. Pete Butler looking to go airborne through this second straight. He was winding it up in the first turn, and he's going to jump into turn number 2 as stylish as you like, looking like Tim Drew is on the inside of Mark Cottrell in that second corner. Who's the Pure Bikes rider getting involved as well? That's got to be Christos Chorkos looking for a way round in that final turn. It's all about Butler then out front. Cotty has managed to occupy that 2 spot. Drew under a load of pressure as they come down to the line. Who's going to get 3, 4 and 5? Butler, Cottrell, Drew, Porter, Chalkos, Graham, 1 through 6. Ooh. Hilly getting busy in turn number 2. Banging elbows with Brett Archibald. Reedy leads out of the race for GT Factory. GT and Pure Bikes out front then looking good. Here comes Hilly with a late charge. Reedy's going to take the win. Archibald in there for 3. Over to the race 52. Looking like Jules Allen on the inside of that first corner. Dad O'Brien. I'm not sure if he's talking to himself or Oggy over that second straight. Oggy's having a chat with himself as well. So it is O'Brien, Oggy, Allen, 1, 2, 3. That looks like an evolved rider in the mix as well. Got to be Stuart Little. He's going to take that top 4 spot. The 50 to 54-year-old cruiser guys having a good old chat with themselves around the track. As Fraser Watson, Norbert Marco, yesterday's 1 and 2 are 1 and 2 once again in this moto. Your British champ and your national number 3 heading into that final turn. Repping BMX Widow Photography and DC Cycles. Looking like we have got Bradford's finest in there as well. That's Anthony Labras under a load of pressure though as they come down to the line. That looked like Andy Todd on the 093. Dave Stokes out front, leading out race number 54 for the Evolved Bicycle Motocross guys. Looking good on the exit of turn number 2. The Northeast in there as well. That is Mark Franklin. No Scott Main today after his crash yesterday. We wish Scott all the best, hope that he's all right, as Stokes takes that moto win.
Race 55 on track. Me and Lewis have just been doing the important stuff, which is getting a bacon butty order in. So now that the important bits are taken care of, we can go back to the racing. Matt Walsh, Matt Swales, Lee Grant, Matthew Eaton and Dylan Dixon all in this one. Matthew Eaton in there in 2. And it's the 7 out in front. That's going to be Dylan Dixon out of Peterborough. Gosport National Race Team, Matt Swales in there in 3. Who's going to get that 4? It looks like the 11 of Matthew Walsh from Lee Grant. Race 56. The Grizzly Adams of West Yorkshire, Chris Evans. I don't know where all this speed's come from, Chris. He's definitely been on the special pies. That's Andy Groves in there in 2. Mr. Whittaker, you can follow his YouTube journey. He's vlogging the entire season. He's got the helmet cam on. You can check him out. Go and give him a follow on YouTube. I'm sure he'll be very grateful. And Matt Smart in there as well. Race 57, the original Tom Palmer, Dale Scott, Martin Brown, Daniel Popel and Ash Richardson. The reason I call him the original Tom Palmer, because there is another Tom Palmer that races BMX out of Preston BMX Club, and we have to differentiate between the two. So he's there in 1, Dan Popel in 2, Martin Smiley Brown. Smiley's Flight Club in there in 3, Dale Scott in 4, and Ash Richardson in 5. Moto 58, Nathan Abbott, Terry State, Ryan Jones, Agris Aliadzans and Jamie Webb. Jamie in there in 2, having a battle with the 6 of Nathan Abbott. Oh! I was going to say good save, sir, but it was as close to a save as you'll ever get. Oh, he's on that lovely cruiser as well, that red Mabo. I hope he's not scratched. I'd be gutted. Anyway, Nathan Abbott, Agris Aliadzans and Ryan Jones going 1, 2 and 3. As we move on to 13-14 cruiser. Little Cotty out in front. Oh, 077, that was Bruce Anthony out of Royston. Definitely a superhero alter ego. By day, Bruce Anthony. By night, some kind of superhero. Anyway. More 13-14 cruisers. Will Knowles, Hunter Mallion, Robert Mattern, Alonso, Zavi Fox Cooper, Jake McKenna, Benjamin Dean and Owen Miller. It is Robin in there in 1, Will going through in 2, Jake's in there in 3. That looks like Benjamin Dean in there in 4, Hunter Mallion working his way into 5. Zavi Fox Cooper pushing hard in 7, chasing down the 18 of Owen Miller out of Burnham. But it's going to be Robin, Mattern, Alonso, Will Knowles and Jake McKenny are 1, 2 and 3. Todd Smith-Notman leading that next moto into the turn. Alfie Sim getting involved as well, cutting underneath the 812. That was Ben Millington, I think. So Alan's BMX Supercross out in front. Benedict Marco in there. Where's Freddie Wallwork? Pushing hard on that cruiser, doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. He's in there in 5, Hadley Harding in 3. Alfie Sim under a bit of pressure now. Can he hold it to the line? Don't think he did. No, Hadley nicked it at the stripe. Alfie in there in 3. Toby Duff, Newton Hindley, Sam Dolan, Bence Tibor Kiss, Adam Arnold, Logan Young and Oliver Arnold in this one. It is Logan Young out in front, doing it for DC Cycles. Newton Hindley in there in 2. That's, I think, Oliver Arnold in there in 3. And the Peckham rider rounding out the top 4. That's going to be Ben's Tibor Kiss. Race 63, 9 to 12-year-old open cruiser. Louis Cheffy, Charlie Cotton, Jacob Squires, Billy Cheeseman, Owen Smart, Jasper Kimber and Leo Bradley. Merseyside BMX taking to the skies. That is Charlie Cotton. That club doing good things now, building their local scene, running a small club race series, getting kids involved. You know, if we can get a few kids from like Liverpool and that area involved in BMX, it's a massive city. So I'm sure there's some untapped talent in there somewhere. As the 642 and the 8T go past, that's going to be Harry Swales and Huey Hall. Huey out in front, Harry in there in 2. Harry Swales in there as well. He's in that second position. The 17, that is Bo Morris from Team Air. He's in there in 4. Machine King in 5, doing it for Team Mines. King Ron as well. Ronnie Wallwork, just going past his team tent. As we move on to Moto 65, Taylor Hoare, Thomas Barnard, Rocco Westwood, Charlie LeBras, Jack Swales and Bram Heaver. That'll be Mabo's Rocco Westwood in there in 2, chasing down, I think, Bram Heaver. Jack Swales in there in 4. DC Cycles, Taylor Hort in there in 3. And the Bradford rider going through, Charlie LeBras. Where there's muck, there's brass. Charlie LeBras. 15-16 cruisers, Will Chapman in this one on the inside the top 4. Chasing down Cooper McCrum into the corner. Stanley Palmer in there in 2. He's not going to take the win on the line though, because that went to Zachary Tia. Oh, Stanley Palmer as well. Sorry, Stan, missed you, mate.
Race 67 on track. Finton Coburn leading this one out. He's being chased down though by the MCR rider. No, sorry, by the BMX winner photography rider. That is Eric McSwitty in and out of that final corner. Coburn, McSwitty in that order. Looking like Evolved are in there as well. That's Joe Little rounding out the top 3 spots. As they head across the line, Sean Brown, yesterday's winner, aboard his cruiser, leading this one out from John O'Harradine, doing it for all the single ladies. And MK Evolution, he's heading down that third straight. I can't get my words out. He's watching you dance. That's the problem. And if you did see that on the live stream, I apologise. Sean Brown, though, taking the moto win. I don't know if anyone here wants to see that. Right, we are looking at the 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser. Annalise Cadman-Carpenter, Taylor Lee Mohan, that's your 1 and 2. As they exit that second corner, looking like Alexis McCartney in there in 3. Abby Pike is in 4. That is the 8 plate in there in 5, heading into that final turn. Yetska Hemstock with Hannah Hedges in 6. But the front 2 ladies running away with that one, Annalise Cadman-Carpenter and Taylor Lee Mohan. Hannah Drew is on track. Last year's national number 3, being chased down by the 4 plate of Olivia Firth, doing it for sorted race gear, looking for a way round in turn number 2, didn't quite find it as of yet. That looks like it could be the 7 in there in 3. Molly Nice, DC Cycles. But the battle is out front. Drew, though, she's going to hang on to this one and take it all the way down to the line. Mabo UK going 1 and 3 in that first turn. Lily Chiswa and Izzy Hurry in this one. They are separated, though, by the 4X of Anya Matten Alonso. She's picking it up as they come into turn number 2. Hot Shot Racing in the mix as well. That is Isla Radcliffe on the 5X. She's chasing down Hurry, who's in there in 3. But Lily Chiswa out front looking good as the exit turn at number 3. Your British champion from last year, yesterday's winner, going to pick up that moto win. Race 72 heads out on track. Where's Luca Manzi in this one? He's at the front of the pack. Get him chased down by the 2X heading into that second corner. That looks like Thomas Millar doing it for Moto 1365. Matt McHugh is in the mix as well in there in 4. Got the Moto 1 rider in there behind him. That is the 5 plate off the Oppo. But the rider in there in 3. Looking like that could be the 28, I think, of Dylan Seaman. He's going to pick up that 3 spot on the line. As we take a look at race 73, heading into that first turn, got to be Arnes Ormond leading this one out. Did you see that? Did you clock that? I did. I saw that on. That's all right. He's out front leading this one out, having a good old giggle with himself. Stay strong, Clark and Kent. Completely missed the other riders in that race. I think that might have been Niall Moss in the 2 spot. Yes, it was. Rocky O'Brien heads into turn number 1 in race number 74 as we near the end of the first set of motos. He's leading this one out, repping that Bolivian jersey, being chased down by Conor Blythe, who's in there in 3. Got to be Owen Putland out of 0-1 Racing. That looks like a Bradford bandit in there. Jack LeBras chasing down a top 3 spot. He's in there in 4 at the moment. Looking like Knowles. Merseyside BMX have got Kean Brown in there in 5 after a crash yesterday. Still doing both bikes today. As Rab Racing go 1 and 2 into that first turn in race 75. They went 1 and 2 in yesterday's final. Alex Brooks, Dan Wilson on the 1 and 2 plates as well. These guys are loving it at the moment, looking good. Luke Davies-Hayes is in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? Looking like it's Caden Roberts on the inside. Josh Cates is in there in 5. Looking for a way round Roberts down the final straight, but it's going to be Brooks, Wilson. Hayes is going to shove his front wheel through for a top 2 finish. As the 30-plus women head out on track, the penultimate moto of the first set. We are looking at the one plate lead in this one out. Gosport National Race Team, Michelle Stupple, yesterday's winner, was jumping that step up into turn 2 all day long, but she's got Rebecca Gold chasing her down on that 2 plate as the exit turn number 2. Stupple, Goal, Wong, that's your 1, 2, 3 as they go in and out of that final corner. The Team Bunnies ladies are in there in 3, in 4, 5 and 6. That's Tracy Sharp, Grace Turner, heading into that final turn and back out again with Lisa Tarlin in there in 6. Who's in 7 and 8? Looking like we've got Suzanne Jenkins in 8 and Claire Albert in 7. But your race winner was, of course, Michelle Stupple with Goal in 2. World number 2 on that plate. That's got to be SJN, Sarah Jane Nichols leading this one out. Hot Shot Racing. Who's in there in the 2 spot looking like Magic Manda with her healing hands of heaven. She's under some pressure though from the 5-1-1 of Rowan Beckett out of Smiley's Fly Club. Look at that for a high-low in the final turn. The 30-plus ladies are getting busy. Beckett's making moves. She's gone from 3 to 2 with Hot Shots. SJM picking up that moto win. That is your first set of motos done and dusted, ladies and gents. We've already got riders up on the top of the start hill. Seven-year-old girls are up on top of the hill. Just to let you know as well, ladies and gents, we are going to be going straight into quarterfinal racing. Once the motos are finished, we're a little bit premature with that announcement, but just to let you know throughout the day that we are going straight into quarterfinals, and then from quarterfinals to semifinals, there will be no break. So straight into quarters, then straight into semis. So please make sure that you are keeping an eye out on scores. Racers do come up on there pretty instant, so please keep an eye on there. As the little ladies line up on the gate, Noah Kerr, Alice Laurie, Esme Anderson, Sophia Reese, and Ada Warner. We are back on track with the second set of motos heading towards turn number 1. Looking like your British champ is on the inside, that is Esme Anderson. So race 70 on track, then Crank BMX coaching leading this one out. That is Sophia Reese on the 461 plate, doing it for the Merseyside BMX club, but she's under some pressure from the British champion. That is Esme Anderson, Moto 1 race team. The 366 is in there as well. That's Ada Warner out of TNT, heading in and out of that final turn. Alice Laurie on the 980 in there as well, with Noah Kerr in there in 4, doing it for Retro Racing, but your race winner was, of course, Sophia Reese on that 461 bike. Race 79, Erin Thoros, Kenzie Cheek, Evie Knight, Hattie McGoldrick and Opal Jones all on track. Where is Hattie? She's in there in that 2 spot looking for a way through into the top spot, but she's having to chase the 564 of Evie Knight. So it is Knight and McGoldrick 1 and 2. The 980 plate is in there in 3. Got to be Kenzie Cheek out of the Hawks with the 278 in there as well. That is Opal Jones out of Cardiff BMX, and the 275 of Erin Thoros in there in 5. But your race winner was Evie Knight. 7-year-old boys on track. Lou and Jamira, he's back on. He must have been enjoying one of their bacon butties as well this morning before his first moto, but he's in there in that 2 spot, chasing down your race leader. That looks like it is Gosport NRT's Eddie Brown. Race 81 now on track. Then we are taking a look at the 0-1 leading this one out. Sorry, that's race 81. They've got a mechanical. I've just been told that 3 times.
Right, here we go. So, who's that? That's young Mr. Race 82. Oliver Bridle. Sorry, Oliver. In there in 1. Isaac Tomlinson in 2. Who else have we got in there? Jensen Dyke, Henry Dodd. Henry's in 5. Alejandro Crudo Estevez. I could just say his name all day. I don't even need to say any other name. He can be in every single moto ever, because it's just such a phenomenal group of letters to say at the same time. Anyway, there we go. So, Shelby Yates. Dennis Turner's in this one. Every time I say Dennis Turner, I think about a Manchester City midfielder from the 70s, but that was Dennis Stewart, I think it was. I don't know why. Maybe because we're in Manchester. Who knows how my brain works in these situations. Shelby Yates out there in 1. Decoy, that'll be Harry Powell going through in 2. Sandis Owens, I think that is, in there in 3. Luke Barron for Northeast BMX, pedaling his little legs off down that straight. He's going to take a top 4, I think, from Luke Barron and Jackson Gregory. Anyway, race 84, Maggie Devine, sorted race gear. Manchester BMX Club out there in 1. That'll be Matilda Hewitt from Radco Racing going through in 2, the 657. Mabel Pine, she's in there in 3. Just trying to pick up the young lady in there in 4, not sure who it is. It's the 172 of Lottie Arnold from TNT. Don't know who our faller was, but they're up and okay. We'll give them a big shout as they come round, because it's the young ladies and we like to be nice to the youngers. The young ladies, give them a big shout as they go around the 0-1. Ola Jewis had a better lap than Joseph did last time around. Abigail Henning in 2. Flick Brentnall in 3. Verity Kay in 4. The 700, Isabella Henry in 5. Evie Farrington Bell, I think it was, in 6. So our faller was the 480, which is Susie Wyatt from Exeter. But she's up and all right. Well done, Susie. Right. 8-year-old boys, Rory Kempsford, Finley Thomas, Albie Blight, Frankie Jones, Joseph Claydon and Connor Rowe. Now look at this, the GT boys getting involved. That's the 134 of Finley Thomas. Getting stuck in with Joseph Claydon as they go into that turn. Albie Blight's in there in 3. Nightwood rider, I think that is. Rory Kempsford in 4. Frankie Jones in 5. And Connor Rowe, also out of Exeter, he's in there in 6. It looks like Oliver's going to take it from Finley. At the line, Albie Blight in there in 3. Race 87, Fisher, Gorman, Rutherford, Pleasance, Ford, Kerr, Wong and Lewis Fields. Where's my mate Oscar Rather Fast? He's in there in 4. Battling away with Rudy Pleasance Ford, the 424, in there in that second position. That's going to be Archie Fisher, the 904. Out in front is Teddy Gorman, MK Evolution. Got a different jersey on, didn't recognise him then. Petar Bunchik, Charlie Crosley, Archie Walsgrove, Logan Aceto, Big Link Hargreaves, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, and Arlo Hatch in this one as well. As they head in and out of the turn, Peckham's Petar Bunchik out in front. Charlie Crossley in there in 2, Walsgrave in 3. Big Link dreaming about his snack box on that 502. If you ever need a digger driver, Lincoln Hargreaves is your man. Apparently he's a wizard at the controls of a digger, I believe. The benefits of living on a farm, that's what that is. Archie Walsgrave in 3, Moto 1 coming through. Who's that? That's going to be Logan Aceto rounding out the top 4. I think he actually stole the 3. He did. Arlo in 5. Big Link in 6. Arlo Payne, Cosimo Serra, Cameron Joseph, Connor Grant, Ruben Mitchell, and a Rapid Roman Birdfields. So Rapid Roman gets the 3. Cosimo's in there as well. Where is he? And he runs the 0.46. Bit of a nod to Valentino Rossi. Stop laughing, Lewis. It's not funny. Race 90. Cara Cross. Charlie Hargreaves, Robin White, Roxy Rowlands, Arabella Denton, Agnes Lamb and Abby Graham. Completely missed that one, sorry girls. Race at number 91, River Henderson. Hello sir, we all right? 81 after 94 apparently. We'll go back to that one in a bit. Anyway, Marcia Olivia Colosé in there in 1. Una Svensson, good to see Una back on track. She's in there in 2. I do recognise that bike. Faster than the last kid that rode it anyway. Is he up there? No, he didn't hear it. Eliza Powell out there in front. Tell it's Sunday morning, can't you? Rosie Geddes is in there, Holly Webb, Molly Tomlinson, Beth Worley, and a Ruby Evans. Eliza in 1. The 4 play, that is Holly Webb going through in 2, Molly in 3, and a Rosie Geddes inside the 4. Right, got the 33 in this one, Eric Kincaid, Belfast City BMX Club. I haven't given him a mention so far this weekend, so I need to do it now. So, love the Belfast City BMX Club, massive. Hopefully good things are going to happen in Northern Ireland with Bangor Bike Park and a few other places. And that scene is going to grow. TNT's George Kellum out in front. Oh, Eric got it all wrong. Right at the line. Just hung on for the 4. But he had to have William Arnold and Charlie Sheriff go past him. Seb Staines, Jack Griggs, Otto Watmore Randall and Benjamin Tanzer were in that one as well. Race 94, Teddy Harradine, Alexi Carlos, Elliot Worley, Dougie Johnson, Aston John Lee. Do you know what? Every time I say Aston John Lee, I think about country and western singers. I can just see him stood in a bar playing a guitar. His mum's like, he's no country and western singer, not in the slightest. Anyway, in the meantime, Charlie Dowson, Joseph Jewis and Dougie Johnson went 1, 2 and 3 in Moto 94. Race 81. Yeah, Elijah Dubois, Charlie State, John Joe Blundell, Ellis Dowsing, Roberts Catkins, Wolf Svensson and Ionis Chalkos. Back to the male 7s. I don't know why this was held up. Mechanical? Probably. I don't know. As we move on to Moto 95, and then I'm going to hand you on to Lewis because I need more caffeine. The 3, that is Rex Ford, Halo Wheels, out there in 1, being chased down by Jack Belton. Jacob Dent's in there as well. Gabriele Serra's in there, Cosimo's brother. And the 13, that belongs to Rocco Westwood. What were we calling him yesterday? Mr. Sigma Riz. I'm down with the youth speak, and so is Lewis. So as they cross the line, it's Rex, Jack and Jacob in that order. Mr. Sigma Riz ended up in the top 5. Right, I'll go and get some brews sorted, Lewis.
Race 96 on track, then you are looking at a British champion out front. Ethan Shaw taking this one to him. Looking like that could be George Spencer in there behind him. Yes, it is. Out of Decoy BMX Club. I've seen a few riders wearing that jersey this weekend. I want to know the story behind that jersey because there's a few different clubs involved as well. So if someone knows the details around that jersey, so we know who it is and who they're riding for, please let us know. We've got some details on that. That was pretty instant, that was. Thank you very much. Right, we are looking at race 97 on track. Wiz Thomas Giles is in there in 3, looking for a way around the 5 of Seth Kachari, doing it for Radco Racing. Who's out front? Got to be Green Machine Tribe. That is Arthur Donaldson on the 11 plate. He's being chased down by 4 or 5 riders at the moment. With Ollie Bird, Sinead's Reed Academy's in there inside the top 5, heading into that final corner. In and out they go. Oakley Lewisfield in there in 4, but he's under a load of pressure from Bird down the final straight. Can he make the move? I don't think he can. Oakley Lewisfield hangs on to that 4 spot. 11-year-old girls on track in race number 98, Moto 1. Race team out front looking good. It is your European number 7, Grace Hudak. She's running away with this one at the moment. The 5 plate in there behind her. That is Mia Kiss doing it for Braintree Bullets. Who is the Peckham rider in there as well? Got to be Freya Montfort on the 976 plate. That's going to be your top 3 down the final straight. Bonnie Dudley, Evolve Collective in there in 4. Bringing it across the line. Race 99 on track. Izzy Dolan, Aria Rosalie, Rachel Pritchard, Trixie Trays is your race leader. Holly Richardson, Isla Milne and Amelia Rowe. Where is Rowe? She's looking out for a way past Trays as you head down that 3rd straight. Reactive Racing is that jersey I was talking about earlier on. But we are taking a look at Trixie Trays and Amelia Rowe are coming 1 and 2 in race number 99. As race 100 comes past us down the 2nd straight, Maisie Egan leading this one out for GT Factory, but she's got a bit of work to do as the European number 4 is swarming all over her back wheel, trying to find a way through. So it is Egan and Wills. Wills around the outside, doing it the hard way. Can she make it stick? I think she will. So it is Wills now, your new race leader, doing it for Pro Star BMX, heading down the final straight as she gets a couple of shouts from the Team 10 on that last straight. Wills, Egan, 1 and 2. Teddy Jones going 1 and 2 with the template as they head into that 2nd corner. That is Ronnie Wood. So the LCC guys well represented in race 101. Who's in there in 3? Looking like the 620 of Jaden O'Connell, trying to chase down the LCC riders. The 56 plate in there as well. Zachary Farrington Bell out of the Brunty crew, Bruntwood Park NRT. But it's all about Jones and Wood out front in that one. Benny Jackson is on track, your world number 8, as smooth as you like through that 2nd straight. He's being chased down though by the 14 of Freddie Ray Orland. More LCC riders in this age category as they head down the 3rd straight, but Benny Jackson, look how smooth he is. Evolve Collective out front looking good, looking like Otto Parr inside the top 3. He's under a bit of pressure in that final turn, looking like Snell. It is on the 31 plate for Fluent Bicycle Motocross, rounding out the top 4 spots. Race 103 now on track. Who leads them out? It is the 9 plate Radco Racing. Yes, it is Seb Hewitt out front looking good. Leo Bradley's in there behind him, going airborne into turn number 2. Just comes up ever so slightly short and he slips his pedal, and that shuffles him back to 3 as the 27 plate works his way through. That is Ollie Warner out of Moto 1. Race team, here comes Bradley, looks for a high-low, but that was very well defended as they head down the final straight. So it is going to be Warner in there for that 2 spot, Bradley for 3, but it was Hewitt, your race winner. 4 on the plate, got to be Finn Munro out of Allen's Factory Supercross, jumping his way into turn number 2, but he's being chased down by Absolutes. Jacob Anderson on the 1 plate, so Munro and Anderson out front at the moment. Who's the 17 plate? Got to be Carlin Gordon. Croupy race team. Where's Joey McAvoy? He's in there in 5. Looking for a way around Arlo Steinmetz, who occupies that 4 spot. It is going to be Steinmetz hanging on to 4 with McAvoy in 5. That is Preston Newmarsh Powell on track. Birmingham NRT. On the 6 plate, where's Oliver Richards? He's in there at the moment in about 3, looking for a way around Arthur Claydon, doing it for Exeter and PCR, heading down that 3rd straight. Here he comes around the outside, trying to make it happen. Didn't quite make it stick into the turn. Where's Bo Morris? He's having moves stuck on him by Edward Cordery in the final turn, but it is Preston Newmarsh Powell picking up another moto win. Reactive Racing on track. Heading into that second corner. Spent so much time looking at the jersey, I didn't look at the number plate. The 331 of Alfie Powell out of decoy. Leads this one. Oh, one rider hits the deck. Straight back up to his feet, though. That was the 53 of Alfie Hart. Put your hands together for Alfie. He's going to finish his lap. As we look at the 12-year-old girls on track, the two-plate leading this one out, that is Elizabeth Lolapool. She's being chased down, though, in that second turn by Lauren Keller out of GT Factory. So Sorted and GT are out front at the moment. Who's picking up the 3? Looking like the 4-8 now as they come on through. Lexi Adams. It was her birthday yesterday. She's putting in a cracking lap at the moment. She's being chased down this final straight, though. Here comes the 12-plate. Paige Cathcart Cunnison. Has she got enough left in the tank? I think Adams hung on. Cathcart Cunnison for 4. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching on track. Here we go, in and out of that first corner. European number 2. Yes, it is getting at it. It is Brooke Fast Fawcett. She's being chased down, though, by Hughes. Samaya Hughes, looking for a way to close that gap down, but she's being chased herself by the 6-plate of Poppy May Kirby. Doing it for Green Machine Tribe aboard that EV1. Here come the Bandits as well, getting involved in the top 4 fight. In and out of that final corner, looking like that is Evie Dyson. She's going to take the 4th spot as they cross the line. More Hard Knocks Bike Coaching riders on track. Grace Gerard on the 4-plate, leading out race number 109. Who's in there behind her? Looking like it could be Team Mind working her way through. That is Millie Ross. Where's Nia O'Connell in this one, the 13-plate? In there in 3, that is Sadie McSwitty as they head into that final turn. Sadie, she's going to take that 3 spot then with Amelia Martin in 4. Race 110. Freya Harris in this one. That's Maura McCarran, Radco Racing. Had a cracking day yesterday, but your race leader, Iris Hyder, European number 3, she's going to pick up this moto win with the 11 plate in there behind her. That is Freya Harris. Male 12's on track, the 4 on the plate. Itai Jamira leads this out. He's going 1 and 2 with his teammate. That is the 6 of Isaac the Sender Smith. Them 2 guys are running away with this one at the moment. Who's in there in 3? That's the 20 plate as they come on down. Harry Swales, Fast Signatures race team. But look at them 2 guys out front. Jamira, Smith, in that order. Nice and comfortable as they take it across the line. Race 112 on track. Mason Barnard is in this one, chasing down a couple of riders as they head through the second straight, and it is getting busy between the 32 and the 35. That was Bram Heaver and Lucas Laurie out of MK Evolution, but it is the 3-plate of Archie Bell out front at the moment. The 11 in there behind him, heading into that final corner. Adrian Galitis heading down the final straight, so Be Strong race team, Moto 1 race team, that's your 1 and 2 with a 24 of Noah Bagwell in 3. Got to be the E4 on the bike. James Bibby leading this one out for Pro Star BMX. The 15-plate in there behind him. That has got to be Samuel Richards out of Green Machine Tribe. Them 2 guys pushing a bit of a gap now on the rider in there in 3. That is the 824 as they come down towards the final turn. Lewis Hughes, he's got a bit of a gap himself as he exits that final corner. Who's in there behind him? Looking like Louis Sheffy out of Team Mind on the 28-plate as Bibby picks up that moto win.
Now look at this, Roland's Rook and Harding, I think it is 1, 2 and 3 as they head in towards turn number 2. And getting involved as well is the rider from Exeter, Lucas Belton. Lucas is in there in 4 at the minute, chasing down though Be Strong BMX is Leo Rollins, followed by Stay Strong Clark and Ken Joe Rook. And Leighton Harding, GT Factory, in there in 3. Race 115, Jasper Kimber, Archie Crocker White, Harrison Doe, Charlie Cotton, Ollie Taylor, Huey Hall and Marcus Mullen. Marcus in there in 2, chasing down Archie Crocker White. Big battle going on, Harrison Doe getting involved on that 38 plate. He's in there just getting himself shuffled out of the top 5 by the 31 of Charlie Cotton. Merseyside BMX Club takes the position back in the final turn. So Crocker White, Mullen, 1 and 2. Charlie's going to get a top 5. Harrison Doe taking the 4. as race 116 passes us. Jack Devine leading this one out on that E4X number plates. European for the 16 is Emil Challenger. Akim Brazier's in this one as well. As they go in and out of that final turn, it's going to be Devine taking the win. The 18, that is Akim Brazier out of Cycler Park. In there in third with Deacon Childs in 4 and Owen Smart in 5. Race 117, Leon Waite, Zach Parsons. Retro Racing, Zach Hamill though leading it out, being chased down by the 10 of Ronnie Payne. Leon's in there in 3, Braintree, Zach Parsons in 4. Under pressure from Birmingham BMX Club. Is it Birmingham? I think it might have been. Who was that? Finley Murphy. Sorry, Finley. Missed you, mate. Do apologise. Nuneaton. I was close. Same region. 9-year-old girls, Layla Dixon, Megan Keller, Ella Grant, and Maisie Dyson. Maisie doing it for B. Radford. In there in 2 spots. Chasing down Ella Grant. Megan Keller in 3. And Layla Dixon doing a great job in 4. Race 119, Grace Ledgerwood Bar. Doing it for Smiley's Flight Club, Lauren Snell, Phoebe Miller, Madison Stupple, and Alice Barron. Out of Northeast BMX, she's in there in 4. Chasing down Madison in 3. Lauren Snell in there in 2, but Moto 1. That'll be Phoebe Miller on the 0-1, the British Champions number plate. Heading into that final corner. Lauren might just have given herself a little bit much to do to catch it down that final straight. But there's a big old gap to Madison Stupple in 3. Race 120, Oakley Hill out in front. Oscar Marco in there in 2. The 481 of Arthur Mason from Team Air in there in 3 with Vernell Challenger out of Brixton. He's rounding out the top 4. Seth Robinson, Bruntwood National Race Team going through in 5. Tiernan O'Flaherty. What a great name that is. Tiernan O'Flaherty, I love that. In there in 6, doing a grand job. As we move on to race 121, Antek Perebny, followed by Oscar Holloway, Green Machine Tribe. But there's a big old queue behind him, including the 449 of Jake Avis. And Moto 1's Ethan White. Dominic Zapanos getting involved as well. Just getting pipped on the line for that 4th spot. Race 122, Christian Garbachick, Felix Sakina, Noah Northcott, Joseph O'Brien, Bodie Holiday, Emerson Tucker, Lewis Rothwell, and Elliot Hatch. Christian, he was making moves in the turns yesterday, carving that corner like a Christmas turkey. Young Mr. Hatch in there in 2. That looks like Felix Sakina going through in 3. Noah Northcott getting involved for decoy as well. There's Emerson, he's in there, doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. So Christian, Elliott, Felix and Noah were your top 4. Lewis Rothwell in 5. Race 123, Jensen Mee, Alexander Gilbert, Alfie Thorne, William Kearns, Harley Laker, Joel Pritchard and Josh Byrne. The 760 and the 261. Alexander Gilbert in 2, Alfie Thorne, Urban Air leading it out. Don't know who that young man is in there in 3 because I can't read the side plate. We'll soon find out though. It was William Kearns from Joel Pritchard. Race 124, Leo Britt, Xavier Darley. Oscar Sanders for the Sinead Reid Academy, he's in there in 2. They're all chasing down Henry Sullivan. 216 is Charlie Blakeburn. And the other rider out of East Anglia, I think, will be Leo Britz. He's in there in 4, but he's under pressure as well as they get to the line. Is he going to hold it? Oh, it was close. Seb Perry just nicking it away on the line. Race 125, 55 plus cruiser. Benters, Madron, the McRock, Brent Featherstone. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Keith Brown in 5. Jonathan Charlesworth in there as well. And Michael Whitaker. There's a Michael Whittaker and a Mike Whittaker. How confusing is that? Anyway, over to you, Lewis.
55 plus cruisers. Big Mick Goff, Crucial Racing leads this one out with a good old lead, heading down that third straight. Your national champion from last year. Billy Stupple on the 5, heading down that third straight. Gosport National Race Team, David Knowles, James Musgrove, Steve Needham all in this one as well. That's how they're going to take it across the line. 54-year-old cruisers, race 127. Reedy's leading this one out. Took a moto win in his last lap, and he's out front wanting to do the same again. Oggie's in there in 2. Where's Timmy Turnbar? He's in there in 3. Jules Allen picking it up as they come out of that second corner. Looking like he's being chased down by the 016. Heading towards the final turn. That's Dominic Elliott out of Brixton BMX. In and out of that final turn. Reedy, GT Factory. He's going to pick up that moto win. Oggy, Allen, Elliott, 2, 3, 4. Looked like turn number 1 got busy then, but it was Brett Archibald coming out on top as he went right round the outside of Gary Carver in that first corner. Here comes Pete Butler looking for a way back into a top 2 spot. He's in there in 3 at the moment. Looks like we've got the 5X in there as well. That's got to be Little heading in and out of that final corner. Cotty's in the mix as well inside the top 5, but it's all about Archibald Carver at the moment. That's your 1-2. Butler in there for 3. Healy's on track. Pure Bikes did the double yesterday on both bikes. Your European champion leads this one through. Who's in there with him? Got to be Daz O'Brien, the Kevin Bacon of BMX. He's put down the EE adverts this weekend and he's picked up his Stay Strong frame. He's going to lead it into that final turn. Who's in there with him? Here comes Brett Knight looking for a last turn move. He loves one of them and he's worked his way into a top 4 spot. He's chasing down the Royal Air Force rider as they bring it across the line. That was Matt Haywood picking up a top 3 finish. Fraser Watson, as chill as you like through that second straight. He's being chased down by Anthony Labras out of the Bradford Bandits. Who's in there in 3, looking like Evolved Bicycle Motocross. David Stokes on the 6 plate. He's been chased down by the 17 of Scott Jackson, MK Evolution. That's your front 4, with Watson taking another win this weekend for BMX Widow Photography. For all of you pro athletes this weekend, don't forget we've got our donut van outside the building. Which side? Front or back? Outside of the back entrance. So if you want your race fuel, cruiser fuel apparently according to Rich. I didn't say that. It wasn't me. So don't forget, of course, yeah, we've got all of our traders here this weekend, but our donut lady is out of the back. So for all of your race fuel and all of your Go Faster food, she's out there at the back. So make sure you go and give her a bit of your money and take a donut off her as well while you're at it. As we take a look at the 40 to 44-year-old cruisers, Matt Eaton chasing down your race leader. That's the 7 of Dylan Dixon. 653 in there as well. Mike Whittaker, Bruntwood Park National Race Team, with his teammate Lee Grant in there inside the top 4. DC Cycles on track, Chris Evans, 16X on the plate. He's going to lead it across the whole shot line in turn number 1. Who's in there with him? Got to be the 3 plate as they come on round. Andy Groves doing it for Mongoose. SVT, the 981 in 3. That's Matt Smart out of the Brunsey crew, the 282 in there as well as they head in and out of that second corner. Looking like that is Matthew Walsh doing it for Tiverton. Tiverton Tornadoes, that is, in there inside the top 4 with Evans picking up that moto win. 30-39 cruisers on track. Agaris Alazanzi's on the inside, looking to make it stick it to turn number 1, but he's just been passed by Nathan Abbott and Martin Smiley Brown. Smiley's Flight Club and Squash and Pop. Heading into that second corner, who's there with him? Got to still be Abbott doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. That's your front 2 at the moment. Alexander's is in there in 3, the 079 in there as well. Dale Scott in 4, who's in 5? That is Ryan Jones, Smiley's Flight Club. So Smiley's have got 2 riders in there. Going 1 and 5, second rack of 39-year-olds on track. Look at him getting tight in turn number 1. The original Tom Palmer, as fast as you like. He's not lost it one bit. He's going to lead it into that second corner, but he's got the British champ Dan Popel all over his back wheel, hunting him as they head for the final turn. Palmer, Popel, that's your 1-2 as they go in and out of the final corner. Webb in there in 3, Richardson in 4. State in 5, that's how they're going to take it across the line. 13-14-year-old cruisers are on track. Oliver Arnold, Daniel Borrachini, Owen Miller, Benedict Marco, Hunter Malion, Hadley Harding and Bent's T-Ball Kiss Wearies. Hunter van der Malion is in the middle of the pack at about 5 at the moment, but your race leader jumping into turn number 2 has to be the E7 by the looks of it. Yeah, it is coming down that third. That's the 18 plate. I've read that completely wrong. Owen Miller, Burnham BMX. He's going to pick up this moto win by the looks of it, but he's under pressure from the GT rider. That's got to be Harding on the line. I think Harding might have nicked it. Yes, he did. Miller for 2. Oliver Arnold in 3. Race 137 on track. 022 on the plate. That is Todd Smith Norman doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross. Who's in there with him? Robin Matt and Alonso chasing him down for Peckham BMX. The 4 of Newton Hindley, former world finalist. He's inside the top 3, heading into that final turn. In and out they go. It's all about Notman. Picked up the cruiser, the big wheels this weekend. He's going to take that moto win. As we move on to race number 138. Little Cotty's on track. That is the 1 on the plate. He is your national champ from last year, doing it for Rab Racing. Who's in there behind him? Got to be Evolved Bicycle Motocross. That is Alfie Sim. He's being chased down there by Hard Knocks Bike Coaching's Freddie Warwork on the 19 plate. He's getting a bit busy in and out of that final turn. Crank BMX Coaching, William Knowles is in there in 4. Here comes Hard Knocks down to the wire. Sim hung on to 2. Warwork in 3.
Right, so let's have a look. 8-1-2. Ben Millington out of Hot Shots. 13-14 cruisers these guys are. That is Logan Young in there in 2. Got a feeling that might be Bruce Anthony going through in 3. No, it was Benjamin Dean, Bruce Anthony and Cooper Sigmariz Westwood. Or was it Rocco? It was Rocco. Right, family, wrong rider. I'm not down with the youth speak, do you know what I mean? Anyway, Harry Swales out in front, fast signatures, the 671. That belongs to Leo Bradley from Rusty Nut Racing. And yeah, as they head towards the line, Cooper's in there in 4. And Ronnie Walwork going through as well, as we move on to moto number 141. Bo Morris, Bram Heaver, Huey Hall, Charlie Cotton, Jack Swales, Charlie Cotton out front, Merseyside BMX Club, Cheffy in there in 3, Huey Hall in 2. That'll be Bram Heaver rounding out the top 4. And Jack Swales in there as well. Right, look at this. Blimey, you've heard of the Red Arrows, now we've got the Gosport NRT equivalents coming round the turn in formation. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Let's shout them all out. Max Livingston, no idea which order they're in. Max Livingston, Billy Cheeseman, Jasper Kimber and Jet Thompson. Look at it. Absolutely brilliant. Well done, Gosport NRT. 4 riders, top 4 places. I'll let you work them out. 15-16 cruisers. Sean Brown in this one. My mate William Alfie Harrison. Keep up the hard work, William. We see you, buddy. Sean Brown out in front, though. Being chased by Zachary Tia. And Bradley Davison's in there as well. Got George Labras in that 4th spot for B. Radford. As we move on to Moto 144, I've got a feeling that is William Chaplin. Got Isaac Caulfields. Got the Manchester BMX Club Massive up in Block E. Calls in the usual brand of havoc. As they head towards the line. BMX Widow Photography going through in 3 with Hot Shot in 4, McSwitty and Jacob Warren. Addison Milburn in there as well. Don't feel I've mentioned Addison's name today. Race 145. Oh, Joe Little having a roll round on the floor. Let's hope he's all right. He's up, he's okay, he's rolling away. Cooper McCrum going through in 3, John O'Harradine doing it for all the single ladies in 2, and Finton Coburn taking the win. Joe's all right, he's up, he's okay. We all right, Joe? Yeah, he's nodding, he's fine.
Okay, riders, ready to start. Riders, ready, 1, 2, 3.
17 to 29 ladies on track. We have got Lily Chiziwa and Taylor Lee Moen in this one. And in the new sorted race gear kits, that is Olivia Firth. Also of ENV Graphics and Signage, if you ever need a helmet wrap doing, make sure you have a chat with Olivia. They do good things down there at ENV. Abby Pike in there in 4. Lily's going to take the win. Taylor in 2, Olivia in 3. Erin Jackson in there as well in 5. That looks like Jamie Hyam in 6. And he came in 7. It was Bethan Cowley. Race 147, Molly Nice, Trinity Cam, Anya Matta and Alonso in there in 2, chasing down Hannah Drew. Alexis McCartney had her birthday yesterday. She's in there in 3. Yeska Hemstock, Chloe Tompkins, Trinity Cam, Molly Nice in there as well. Moto 148, Jodie Musgrove in there in about 5th at the minute. Izzy Hurry on the best looking cruiser in the building, that Mabel one in that lovely blue colour. It took him a year to find out what the rattle was on that bike. There was something in the frame, I believe. He sorted that one out. I used to drive me insane. You went ding, 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 ding as you rode past. Annalise Cadman Carpenter, that was a sound effect. That was a technical term. If something's going ding, 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 you know there's a problem. Things you learn. Anyway, Dan Wilson heading past me. That looks like Owen Putland in there in 3. Sounds like both my brain cells knocking together when I'm doing this. Ding, 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 ding. Jack LeBras, James Curtis, Tyler Chadwick. Tyler's in there as well. Now, Moss, Dylan Seaman, Oliver Dwyer. All in Moto 149, Moto 150, Lewis.
17:29 cruisers. Josh Cates leads this one out. DC Cycles got 3 riders in there. Oh, looks like one rider's blown a chain. I think that was Pete Watson's chain just popped off as he come down this second straight. Who's in there behind the race leader though? Cates. Manzi's in there in 3. Blythe's in there in 2. That looks like Max Henderson in there in 4. So it is Cates out front. Braintree Bullet's going to take that moto win. Moto 1 leads this one out. Thomas Millar, 2X on the plate, out front, looking good. Luke Davies-Hayes putting in the work. He's in there in that 2 spot. Here comes Kean Brown. Had a bit of a disaster yesterday, but he's out there in 3 at the moment. Got to be Jack Mowat in there in 4. Who's that in 5? That is Urban Ears. Bradley George heading into the final corner. He's looking for a way round into a top 4 finish. Last straight action, Mowat looking like he's going to hang on to that top 4 spot. George in 5. Alex Brooks on track, national champ leads this one out for Rab Racing. TM looking good, showing them how it's done through that second straight. In and out of turn number 2, Rocky O'Brien in there in 2. That's going to be Arne Esselmont in 3. Give us a smile, Arnie's picking it up as they come into the final turn. Got to be Theo Pope, I think, in there in 4. Yes, it is. Being chased down the final straight by Hoare as they take it across the line, though it is Brooks out front. Penultimate moto of the second set out on track then, ladies and gents. Lee Pendleton is on the inside in the 30+ women's cruiser. Here comes Manda Hemstock though. She's getting busy in turn number 1. Her magic hands have put her into that top spot as she heads into turn number 2. Pendleton's in there in 2. Coach Chizzy's in 3. Sharp's in there in 4. Wheels in 5. Tarlene's in 6. That looks like Albert in 7 and Jenkins in 8. That is them as they're coming down the 3rd Street. But look at this scrap out front. Pendleton isn't done yet. Chasing down the Ice Bikes rider. It is going to be Hemstock for Ice Bikes. Taking that moto win, Lee Pendleton for Allen's Factory in 2. Last moto then on track for this second set of motos. That is Michelle Stupple, Gosport National Race Team, going 1 and 2 with Hotshot Racing, Sarah Jane Nichols on that W2 plate. Here comes the 2 though of Rebecca Goal. She wants to get involved in that top 2 action, heading into the final turn, and back out they go. Stupple running away with it. She wants to make it 2 for 2 aboard that cruiser. It is going to be SJN, Goal 2 and 3, Wong in 4. We have got our little ladies back up on the start hill. 7-year-old girls.
I won't be in about 10 minutes, I think.
Right, we are back racing with round number 3 of the motos. The 7-year-old little ladies are pedaling to the medal, heading into turn number 1. Who's on the inside? Got to be the 564. Evie Knight doing it for Cornwall. The 0-1 in there behind her. That is, of course, Esme Anderson out of Moto 1 race team. Here comes Hattie McGoldrick doing it for GT Factory, chasing down the front 2 leaders as they come through the 3rd straight. That's your top 3. Who's in for? Noah Kerr out of Retro Racing. BMX in for the 275 of Erin Thorrows doing it for the Hawks in 5. But it's all about Knight out front. She's going to pick up that moto win. Anderson for 2, McGoldrick in 3. Race 156 on track. 7-year-old girls once again out of Cardiff, TNT, Midlands, Merseyside Club and the Hawks. And it is out front looking like Crank BMX Coaching and Merseyside BMX Club. That is the 461 of Sophia Rees. She's being chased down heading into the final turn. That is Opal Jones doing it for Cardiff BMX. In and out they're going down the final straight. Looking good out front for Rees. Jones in 2. Who's going to get the 3? Looking like that was Alice Laurie, I think it was. The 980 of Kenzie Cheek in there in 4, with Ada Warner in 5. 7-year-old boys are on track. Got to be Shelby Yates leading them through in the Birmingham NRT colours, heading for that final corner. That is Gosport NRT in there as well, chasing him down, looking like Eddie Brown on the 925 plate, who's in the 3 as they come down the final straight. That's Allen's Factory. Isaac Tomlinson out of Manchester going to round out them top 3 spots. As race 158 heads through that second straight, the 393 leads this one out. John Joe Blundell out of Runnymede Rockets. He's being chased by Bruntwood Massive. That is Alejandro Crudo Estevez chasing them through that third straight as they come on down. The 373 in there as well. That is Louis Austin as they go in and out of that final corner, who's splitting up the Brunty crew down the final straight. Looking like that could be the... I think that might have been Jack Byrne out of Decoy in that top 3 spots. British champ on track, heading towards turn number 2. Got to be Oliver Bridle out of Exeter Eagles, but he is being chased down by Rab Racing's finest, Lewin Jamira. This kid is as rad as you like, and he's trying to close that gap between him and the British champ, who's inside the top 3. Got to be Benji Ross Foster on the 994, doing it for the Merseyside crew, heading down the final straight. Bridle, Jamira, Foster. That's your 1, 2, 3. Reactive Racing in there as well with Henry Powell on the 327. 822 on the race leaders plate. That is Henry Dodd doing it for the Midlands in that lovely new black and gold jersey that they've got this season. It is very nice and he's repping it very well. The 641 in there behind him, that is William Beckett doing it for Smiley's Flight Club, heading towards the final corner. 2 riders out of East Anglia in there as well in 3 and 4. Charlie State is one of them, and Sundis Ons is the other as they bring it down to the line, though. The middle ranks, Henry Dodd taking the moto. Ten-year-old girls on track, race 161. 4 on the plate, Holly Webb, Team Air, leading this one out. Who's in there behind her? Looking like we have got Arabella Denton on the 630 plate. She's trying to close that gap all that she can, but she's being chased by the 7 of Rosie Geddes out of the Centurions crew. She's going to round out the top 3. As Maya Colizay leads out race number 162 in the 10-year-old girls. That looks like Sinead's Reed Academy in there as well. River Henderson on the 9 plate. She's in 3, chasing down the 6 of Eliza Powell, doing it for Crank BMX Coaching. He's getting busy into the final turn. Henderson's trying to find a high low, didn't quite make it happen. So it is Colizay leading it down to the stripe. Powell's going to take the 2, Henderson in 3. 2 MCR riders on track in race 163. It is the 658 leading them out, though. Puyet Lam doing it for the Manchester crew. She's being chased down by her teammate Una Stevenson then in that 2 spot, looking to close the gap. Allen's Factory in the mix inside the top 3. That is Molly Tomlinson on the 10 plate with the Brunty crew in there as well. That's Florence Kay in 4. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, Charlie Hargreaves in 5. And that's going to be Beth Worley out of the Centurions in 6. 10-year-old boys are on track. Seth Kacharik is in about 3 at the moment. He's being chased down by Reactive Racing's Jack Belton. They are going through in 3 and 4 at the moment, chasing down Kitching, who's occupying that 2 spot. But the race leader is last year's national champ, Charlie Dowsing, Crucial Racing. He's going to take this moto win. Kitching, Belton, Kacharik. That's your 2, 3, 4. Charlie Sheriff in there for 5. 11 plate leading out the next moto. That is Arthur Donaldson doing it for Green Machine in that second corner. Rex Ford, Halo Wheels race team looking to chase him through that 3rd straight. The 19 plate doing it for Fast Signatures is in the mix as well. That's Joseph Dewis. He's back up after his crash earlier on, and he's looking to put a shift in, and he's doing just that. Donaldson then, that's your race winner. Dewis in there in 3 with Ford in between them both. Race 166, Kellum, Chalk, Dent, Worley, Staines, Giles, Grocock and Careless all out there at the moment. The 6 of Thomas Giles leads it away towards that second turn. Crank BMX Coaching's Jacob Dent on the 15 plate in there behind him. That's your front 2 riders. LVG are in the mix as well. It looks like Chester Grocock on the 23 plate. That's the 28 in there as well. Looking like TNT's George Kellum heading out of that final turn under a bit of pressure from Absolute's Luca Chalk. Chalk's going to have to settle for 5 as Kellum takes 4.
Right, Moto number 167. We got 2 of the LCC guys in this one. Jack Haynes is in there at the moment. No, it's not. Is it 2 of them? No, 1. So similar to the Maybo kit, do you know what I mean? Anyway, we'll get back to that. Rocco Westwood in there in 3. Jack Haynes in 2. Young man leading it out. That would be Ethan Shaw. Pro Star BMX. Oakley Lewisfield in there in that 4th spot. We've got a rider out of East Anglia. I think that's going to be Teddy Harradine who's in there in that 5. But it's going to be Shaw taking it from Haynes and Westwoods. Moto 168, Jake James, George Spencer, Ollie Bird, Tobias Groves, Gabriele Serra, Jacob Russell, Eric Kincaid in the country and western singer, Aston John Lee. Never sung a note in his life. 22. Out in front, in there in about what, 5th, that is Aston John Lee. Looks like the young man from Decoy taking it to the, whoa! Big old crash behind me, not sure who that was, but he's up. Whoa, Spencer, Groves, Bird and James with your top 4 in the last moto. It was Amelia Rowe who went down in a heap. Let's hope she's all right, Maisie Egan. On the Cadbury's Dairy Milk GT, she's out there in front. Manchester BMX in 2, I think that's Isla Savratney. Or it could be Ellie Beat, it's Ellie Beat. Isla's coming down the final straight now. Mia Kiss going through as well. Isla in 4, Ophelia Shepherd in 5. Moto 170, Pritchard, Dudley, Wills, Monforte, Dolan, Bennett and Trays. Trixie Trays getting involved. She's got Bonnie Dudley to deal with as well. And it looks like the E4 coming out in front. That will be Betty Wills, Pro Star BMX. Trixie's in there in 2. Peckham's Freya Monforte in there in 3. Rachel Pritchard doing it for the Hawks. That's who's gone down in the second turn. Let's hope she's all right. So that was Betty and Trixie, sorry. Freya Monforte as well. Me and Lewis were just thinking, where's Danny Jake Monforte? We haven't seen him for a little while. He crashed in Verona, did he? Right, okay. I hope he's all right. So Rachel's walking away. So she's all right. I'm sure she will be. Amber Tucker, Grace Hudak, Isla Milne, Maisie Surtees, Jamie Puddock, Erin Holmes and Aria Rose Lee. Aria's going to take a second spot into that first turn, chasing down Moto 1's Grace Hudak in there in front. Aria into the 17, Jamie Puddock in there in 3. Maisie Surtees going through in 4. The Braintree rider Erin Holmes inside the top 5, but battling away because she's got Amber Tucker to deal with as well, and Amber's just stolen that position away. Isla Milne out of Norwich Flyers. They've got a new club jersey coming soon, but it's Grace Hudak taking it to the stripe. Aria's in there in 2, Jamie in 3. On to the 11-year-old boys. We've got a big birthday in this one. Josiah Berg, Green Machine Tribe, turns 11 on Wednesday next week. Happy birthday, mate. Have a good one. Freddie Ray Orland's in there as well. We've already shouted his birthday out. He's in there in 2, chasing down Finn Monroe into the final corner. Edward Cordery in there in that 3rd position. Radco Racing. That's going to be Sebastian Hewitt rounding out the top 4. And who picks up the 5? It was Jaden O'Connell. Race 173, Jacob Anderson. And Oliver Ritchie's going 1 and 2, I think. Sam Snell in there in 4th, chasing down Alfie Powell. Ollie Warner's in the mix as well. That was moto number 173, 174. Next up, number 23, Joseph McAvoy. Doing it for Maybo UK. Teamers Bo Morris is in there in 2, I Spy a Midlands jersey. And that's going to be Sam Smith. You've got to keep an eye on this young man. He's getting faster and faster week by week. The 28, Thomas Henning in there as well. It's going to be McAvoy, Morris, Henning, Smith, and the rider out of Peterborough, Ollie Todd, rounding out the top 5. Next up, 175 is the moto. Preston Newmarsh, Power and Kylan Gordon out in front, battling away down the straight. Aidan Dowling doing it for the Hawks. Frederick Strait in there for Peterborough. And Birmingham National Race Team have got Zachary Farrington Bell and Clayton Southart and Alfie Hart were in the moto number 176. Another big birthday in this one. Benjamin Gray turning 11, I think, on Monday, i.e. tomorrow. So hopefully he's having a good day. Benny Jackson, where's Connor Hemphill? Don't know what's gone on there. Leo Bradley, Otto Parr, Seth Ritchie and Teddy Jones. No Connor. Well, what? He crashed. Right. So he fell off this morning, is that? Yeah. Right, he had a roll round on the floor in practice. So I hope Connor's all right. Anyway, meanwhile, Ronnie Wood taking a very close 2nd position at the line to Arthur Claydon in Moto 177. Steinmetz, Walsh and Moore were your top 5 in that one. Moto 178, the young ladies, Holly Hume, Elizabeth Graham, Freya Harris, that's Lauren Keller in there in 2. Lucy Stevenson, Evie Dyson and Olivia Webb. Holly and Elizabeth were both riding for Cumbernauld.
Twelve-year-old girls are on track. Race 179, the 7 and the 6. Heading into turn number 2, that is Elsie Blight and Poppy May Kirby, Absolute and Green Machine. That's your front 2 riders at the moment. Mara McCarran in there in 3, doing it for Radco Racing and Derby BMX Club heading in and out of that final corner. That's your front 3 then. Paige Cathcart Cunnison is in there in 5, putting the pressure on the 16 of Amelia Martin. Martin's just shuffled back to 5 as Cathcart Cunnison comes through for that moto win. Samaya Hughes on the 635 leads out the next moto from Millie Ross out of Team Mine. That's your top 2 headed through the 3rd straight. That looks like BMX Widow Photography in there in 3. Sadie McSwitty on the 13 plate. Millie Ross chasing down the race leader through the final straight. Here comes Ross. Ross and Hughes across the line. Not quite sure who got that one. Millie Ross nicked it on the line. Samaya Hughes for the 2. Iris Hyder leads this one out from the Hard Knocks ladies in the 12-year-old girls category. So Hyder doing it for Pure Bikes, your European number 3, leads it from the 4 of Grace Gerard, the European number 2. That is Brooke Fast Fawcett in there in that 3 spot. She's under pressure though from the 2 plate of Elizabeth Lola Poole out of Sorted Race Kid. That's going to be your 1 through 4 with Hyder out front in that moto. 12-year-old boys are on track. Archie Bell, Be Strong Race Team, leads this one out into turn number 2. Who's that in 3? Looking like it is a Arab racing rider. Got to be Isaac the Sender Smith. He's chasing down the 16 of Emil Challenger, doing it for Brixton BMX Club in that final corner. Oh, he's got busy in that turn. The Smith. The sender just working his way through. He's going to take that 2 spot from Archie Bell in 1. Race 183 now on track. The 17-plate Retro Racing leading this one out. Zach Hamill. He's being chased down by Preston Pirates in that 2 spot. Lewis Hughes on the 824. That looks like fast signatures in the mix as well. On the 20-plate, Harry Swales with the 32 of Bram Heaver in there in 4, heading in that final corner and back out again for Hamill. Retro Racing going to pick up this moto win. Hughes in that 2. James Bibby is on track and picking up the whole shot in race 184 for Pro Star BMX. The 7-plate in there behind him, looking to close down the gap. That is Leighton Harding for GT Factory, who is the Merseyside rider. Got to be Charlie Cotton on the 31 plate, looking to close the gap down to Harding, who's in there in 2. Billy Cheeseman is on track in there in 3. The 881 in there behind him as well. In and out of that final turn. That looks like Birmingham BMX Club down the final straight. Sorry, that's Finley Murphy inside the top 5. Marcus Mullen being chased down by Jack Devine into turn number 2. These 2 guys battling it out, but Mullen has the advantage at the moment, doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross. The 18-plate in there in 3 as they head into the final corner with Reactive Racing in 4. Looks like that could be Oliver Taylor inside the top 3 then with the 22 plate behind him. That was a Lucas Belter for Reactive Racing. That looks like Leo Rowlands leading this one out from the 4 plate of Atai Jamira. Repping Rab Racing and Food Electable. He's in there in that 2 spot, looking to close the gap down to the Bree-Strong rider out front. But it's looking good for these 2 guys at the moment. Akim Brezia in there inside the top 3. Jamira looking to close the gap down as they come across the line, but Rowlands picks up that moto win. Moving on to race 187, heading towards turn number 1. 2 riders hit the deck. One rider jumps straight back up to his feet. That was the 54 of Jasper Kimber. Put your hands together for Jasper. As the 15, Samuel Richards. Sorry, that was the 58 of Kieran Brownson. The other fallen rider was the 155 of Owen Smart. Owen's back up to his feet as well. Back to the racing then, race 188, Keane, Payne, Galitis, Ford, Rook, Allen and Croker White. All heading into that first corner. Where's Archie Croker White? He's in there in 3, on neck and neck with Ronnie Payne as they come through that second straight. Moto 1 in there in 4, looking to work his way up the positions. That is Adrian Galitis, but your race leader is your British champ, Joe Rook. Did it for Stay Strong C&K. Croker White isn't done yet. Looks up the inside, wasn't quite close enough, so he'll have to shuffle back a little bit. Ronnie Payne trying to close that gap down to Archie, but he's not going to get close enough. Rook picks up that moto. 8-year-old girls on track. Isabella Henry, Verity K, Luciana Barron, Maggie Devine, Flick Brentnell, Mia Chalk and Lottie Arnold all racing this one out for the moto win. Out front though, looking like sorted race gear, that is Maggie Devine on the 366 plate, doing it for Manchester. She's running away with it at the moment. Flick Brentnell out of Birmingham BMX in there in 2. It is the Brunty crew in there in 3. That is Verity K on the 984, the 700, hanging on to that 4 spot at the moment. That was Isabella Henry, but she's under a bucket load of pressure from the 172 of Lottie Arnold, doing it for TNT. Arnold trying to push her way into a top 4 spot, not quite going to get close enough. Isabella Henry hangs on to that top 4 finish. Race 190 on track, Ola Dewis, Fast Signatures race team, leads this one out from Radco Racing. That is Matilda Hewitt trying to close the gap down to the British champ. The 657 is in there in 3, Mabel Pine out of Exeter Eagles in PCR, but she's under a bit of pressure from Abigail Henning down the final straight, but it's all about Dewis out front. Hewitt's going to take that 2 spot as they cross the line. Race 191 out on track. 4 little ladies in this moto, and leading them out is Lauren Snell on the 296. Also, just to let you know, ladies and gents, we are still going quarterfinal racing as soon as the motos are finished. So you need to be keeping an eye out on scores for them quarterfinals to be posted. As Lauren Snell picks up that moto win. Madison Stupple in there for 2. Peterborough's Layla Dixon in 3, and Grace Ledgerwood Barr in 4. We are now looking at race 193. We're just going to hold race 192 for a moment. That looks like Joseph Claydon, PCR and Exeter, out on track in that 2 spot. He is currently chasing down, though, the 656. That is Arlo Payne out of Preston Pirates. So it is Payne and Claydon out front at the moment. The Bronte crew in there as well. That's Connor Grant on the 025, but he's under a bit of pressure from the Peckham rider. That is Patar Bunchik. Bunchik's going to have to settle for 4 as we head back to race 192. Your British champ leads this one out. Moto 1 race team, Phoebe Millar. She's being chased down by the 889 of Ella Grant, doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. That looks like we've got Bradford Bandit in there as well. Maisie Dyson on the 735 plate. She's being closed down, though, by the GT Factory rider. That is Megan Keller in and out of that final turn. Alice Barron in there in 5, but your race winner is going to be Phoebe Millar, your British champ. Race 194 on track. That is Finley Thomas, GT Factory, leading this one out. The 334 in there behind him, looking to chase him down. That's Charlie Crossley out of Tiverton Tornadoes, heading in and out of that second corner. Who's in there in 3? Got to be Redditch Premiers. That is Archie Fisher on the 424. Look at the rider in there in 5. He's getting busy. That's the 284. Bringing it on round Finley Kerr out of Retro Racing. He had the other 284 in this age group. Right behind him, that's Atlas Lewisfield. Lewisfield is going to have to settle for 5 as Retro Racing pick up that top 4 spots. We are looking at race 195 on track. Where's Logan Aceto? He's in there in 4 at the moment, but your race leader is the 904 plate of Teddy Gorman. Oh! Oscar rather fast, slides out through the 3rd straight, managed to keep it up right there. Put your hands together for Oscar. Your race winner, though, going to be the 904 of Teddy Gorman. Look at the battle for that 2 spot. Who's going to pick it up on the line? I think that was Logan Aceto hanging on to it. Rudy Pleasantsford is on track. With Rapid Roman, didn't have the best of starts to his day, but he's in there in 3 at the moment. Rudy Pleasantsford is under all sorts of pressure from the 700 up the inside. Albie Bly looked to make the move, but it's looking like Rudy Pleasantsford's going to hang on. Rapid Roman's not done yet either. Looks like we've got a drag race down the final straight. Can Bly get close enough as they bring it to the line? Oh, Rudy Pleasantsford slipped his pedal, managed to stay upright and take that moto win.
197 Ishimoto, Oscar Holloway, David Dunn, Alexander Gilbert, Emerson Tucker, Felix Sakina, Callum Wood and Xavier Darley. Green Machines, Oscar Holloway leading it through. Fluent in there in 2 with Alexander Gilbert. Sakina in 3, Tucker in 4. Northeast BMX. Well, that's going to be Xavier Darley rounding out the top 5 with Belfast City BMX Club. David Dunn. As they go past me in the next Moto 198, Mason Byrne, Challenger, Avis, Perry, O'Brien, Garbachick and Franklin. Garbachick's in there in 2, chasing down Avis, who's in the lead. Arthur Mason going through in 3, the 314. Seb Perry out of Nuneaton, working his way around the outside of that final turn, giving himself a little bit of momentum. He's going to pick up a top 4 spot. Challenger in there as well for Brixton. Perry holding on to it. Chasing down Avis, Garbachick and Mason. One rider down in that first turn. I'm not sure who it was. Got a feeling it might have been Noah Northcott. So hope he's all right. Antek Perebny and Henry Sullivan having a bit of a scrap out in front. That could be the final later on. 2 great young riders. Dominic Zapanos in there in 3. Who's going to get the 4, though? It's going to be close on the line. Got a feeling it was the Bruntwood rider, Seth Robinson. Oscar Sanders in 5, Joe Pritchard in 6. It was the 981. That was Noah Northcott out of decoy. Moto number 200, Rothwell, O'Flaherty, Kearns, Jessup, White, Brits and Blakeburn all in this one. Heading towards turn number 1, Ethan White, I think in his Moto 1 race team leading it through. That looks like Lewis Rothwell in there in 3, chasing Blakeburn. The 055, Leo Brits getting involved, 372 Tin and O'Flaherty out of Ireland, but it's the Moto 1 rider. Ethan White leading it into that final turn. Preston Pirates going well. Braintree and Runnymede in the MK. Leo Brits. Oops, one rider's lost a pedal. Brits comes through in about 4, I think. Yeah, behind Rothwell. Oh! Oscar Marco, down he went. The knee's had a bit of a bang. His knee pad moved. He's going to finish his lap. He's all right. He's made of tough stuff. Meanwhile, out in front, Oakley Hill taking the win for LCC. Elliot Hatch in there as well. Alfie Thorne, Harley Laker. And Bodie Holiday out of Bradford. Right, hold on to your hats, people. It's the 55 plus cruisers. Benters into the turn. Big Mick Goff as well. Chris Madron, the James Bond of the Northeast. Brent Featherston's in there as well. Look at the battle. Keith Brown and James Musgrove getting involved. Stephen Needham doing it for Nottingham Outlaws. But Benters under pressure now down the 3rd straight into the turn. Is Michael Goff going to get him? Bentley dives underneath. Bentley, I think, might just hold it to the line. Yes, he does. Goff in 2, Madron in 3, Keith Brown in 4. More 55 plus cruiser. The McRock, Raymond Reed. Raymondo Biondo, Billy Stupple in there in 2, Dave Knowles in 3. Michael Whittaker and Jonathan Charlesworth in the mix as well. But the McRock showing him what he's made of. Michael Whittaker in 4, Jonathan Charlesworth in 5. So Reed, Stupple, Knowles will be your top 3. As we move on to 50 to 54 cruiser. Brett Knight chasing down Pete Butler. Bradford in there in that 3rd spot. That's going to be Tim Porter. He's battling with Matt Haywood. They've swapped positions. Timmy Turnbar on the 11 plate. What? Quarters are drawn, are they? All right, the quarterfinals are up on scores. Quarterfinals up on scores. We are going straight after the motos, no break. Straight after the motos, no break. Straight into those quarterfinals. There's Darren Reedy. Heads down that 3rd straight. No Stephen Hassel in this one after his big off yesterday. Hope Stephen's all right. Darren O'Brien. Kevin Bacon of BMX. He's in there in that 3rd position. If you need a new iPhone, Darren O'Brien's your man. He's not stealing them or anything. He's just got a contract with EE. Alan Hill, Martin Ogden. Right, raffle's been drawn. The results are outside in the foyer. We've got 2 jerseys to auction off, 3 jerseys. Yeah. We're doing that later on, apparently. And 3 for the afternoon session, right. Get your PayPal accounts up to date. We've got some jerseys to raffle off. They are signed. Freya the Slayer, I believe, has done 1. Let's have a look what we got. Got a Great Britain one. What, was this one worn by an Oompa Loompa? Look at the size of it. Oh, they are kids' jerseys, right, okay. And I think that's Freya's absolute one from last year. So, yeah, there's some nice jerseys to be had. We'll leave Freya's till the last of the morning session and we'll just work our way through. Right, anyway, back to it. I've no idea where we're up to now. You 9 to 12s, right, okay. Yeah, go on, you dive in, Lewis.
9 to 12-year-old cruisers on the track. Race 209 we're on. Billy Cheeseman, that is, in there in 3. But your race leader, the 27 plate, got to be Charlie Cotton. Merseyside BMX Club. He's being chased down by Fast Signatures race team Jack Swales as they head down the final straight. 2 Gosport NRT riders, and the first of the 2 is going to be Billy Cheeseman in 3. Huey Hall on track in that 2 spot. He's chasing down your race leader on the 396. Louis Sheffy doing it for Team Mine. Mad Max is in there in 3. That's Max Livingston doing it for Gosport National Race Team. Who's the rusting up rider in the mix as well? That's Leo Bradley bringing it on through, doing it for Bath BMX Club. He's got a Bradford Bandit in there as well. That looks like it could be Charlie Labras. Yes, it is Labras in there in 5, but it's going to be Sheffy and Hall 1 and 2. Race 211, Kimber, Warwick, Westwood, Heaver, Norton, Morris and Squires. Mr. Sigma is in there in 4, repping Mabo UK with the Sunday jersey being worn, Sunday kit. Going full factory this year is Mabo. We've got a team here in 1 and 2, Bram Heaver, Bo Morris. Gosport National Race Team in the mix inside the top 3. Looking like that's going to be Jasper Kimber rounding out them top 3 spots. 3 riders on track, 44-year-old cruisers. Matt Eaton leads them away with Andy Groves. SVT Mongoose in the mix. I think that is Matthew Walsh on the 11 plate doing it for Tiverton Tornadoes. Heading towards that final turn, but it is all about Matt Eaton at the moment. 1 round and not racing this one, that's Matt Swales, I think. But it is Eaton picking up that moto win. Race 213, Chris Evans, 16X on the bike. DC Cycles, he leads this one out. Who's in there with him? The 7 plate, bringing it into that second corner. Got to be Dylan Dixon out of Peterborough Phantoms with the 2 Brunsey NRT guys, Lee Grant and Mike Whitaker. They are going through in 3 and 4. It is looking like the 653 of Whitaker. He's heading it on through for the Brunsey crew at the moment. Inside the top 3, Lee Grant in there in 4, but Evans going to round out that moto. 30-39 cruisers on track. Jamie Webb leads this one into the turn and back out again. Looks like Agris Alatans is going elbow to elbow with the 079 heading towards turn number 2. That's Dale Scott doing it for Doncaster BMX and Dirt Racing. In and out of that corner. Looks like the 6 of Nathan Abbott has gotten busy through that second straight and gone from 4th to 2nd. So it is Webb, Abbott, that's your front 2. Alatan's going to take 3. Scott in there for 4. And that's going to be Richardson taking 5. More 39-year-old cruiser action. Marty Smiley Brown is in there in 3 with his teammate Ryan Jones in there in 4. Peterborough Phantoms are in 5 at the moment, heading towards that second corner. That's Terry State. But out front, the battle is on between Pope and Palmer. Palmer took the win yesterday, and he's looking to pick up his 3rd moto win of the day so far. But Pope is looking to say, no, thank you very much. I'm going to take this one. Pope, Palmer 1 and 2. As the 13-14-year-old cruisers head into that corner, looking like Peckham BMX. Peckham BMX's Bence T-Ball Kiss is in the middle of the pack, chasing down Hunter van der Malion, who's in there in 4. He's in there behind the Bronte crew. That looks like it could be Xavi Fox Cooper. Yes, it is Xavi, but he's getting busy. Van der Malien's gone round the outside and made it happen. Oh, it's getting elbow bashing in the final turn. Cooper makes it happen. Here comes Ben's T-ball kiss, looking for a top 3 finish. That one got busy on the line. Ben's T-ball kiss nicked it on the finish. Robin Matter Alonso jumping his way through this second straight. Alfie Sim is in the middle of the pack. In 3 at the moment, he's elbow bashing with Logan Young. Young's just swooped his way into that 3 spot, then shuffling Sim back to that 4. But out front, it is Newton Hindley chasing down your race leader. That's Robin Matter Alonso. They're going 1 and 2. Alonso, Hindley, Young, Sim, 1 through 4. 13, 14-year-old cruiser action still on track. James Cotty Cottrell, your national champion, leads this one out into the turn. Who's that in there in 3, going airborne into the corner? That was Hard Knocks Bike Coaching's Freddie Warwick on the 19 plate, and he's made the move stick on the 288 plate of Jake McKenna, who's now been shuffled back to 3. So it is going to be Cotty out front, taking the moto win with Warwick in behind. Race 219 hits the track, more 13 to 14-year-olds. That's got to be Ben Millington aboard his cruiser, riding out a hot shot racing. Millington leads it, looking like we've got the 18 plate in there behind him. Owen Miller doing it for Burnham BMX Club, who's in there in 3. Look at the moves being made in the turn. GT Factory swooping their way into a top 3 spot. Hadley Harding, but he's under pressure again from the 677 of Benjamin Dean out of Royston Rockies, looking for a high-low in the final turn, repping the East Anglian jersey from the Brits, but he's not quite going to make it past Harding, and he'll have to settle for 4. 15-16 cruisers now on track. Stan Palmer leads them out. Yesterday's winner, Sean Brown, in there behind him, doing it for all the single ladies out there in MK Evolution. John O'Haradine looking to chase down them front 2 race leaders, but he's got the 9 of Vincent Coburn in there behind him in 4, looking for a high-low move in the final corner. Palmer, Brown, 1 or 2. Brown's going to make a late charge of the line to pick up that moto win, and he's managed it with Palmer shuffled back to 2. Whoa, it's getting busy in turn number 1. The elbows were flying. Oh! Zachary Tia was making moves left, right and centre. Ended up on the deck. Straight back up to his feet though. Put your hands together for him and Bradley Davison. Will Chaplin, he's going to be your moto winner after some absolute chaos unfolded on the second straight. Evolved bicycle motocross in that one. Joe Little picking up a 3 spot. Back into the action then, we are taking a look at race 222 as we near the end of the motos. Quarter-finalists, you will need to be in the pens, please. Thank you very much. And we are looking at Jack Walford, Evolve Collective, leading it into the turn. Who's in there behind him? That looks like Cooper McCrum. He's grown about 3 feet over the winter, and he's riding in that new BMX with a photography kit, and I can hardly recognise him, but he's looking for a way past Walford as he enters the final straight. Walford, McCrum, down to the line. Who's going to get it? That one was close, but I think Walford hung on to it. Ooh, that's how tight that one was. Got a photo finish. Not often that happens on scores. So we've got the 1729 women's cruiser on track. Lily Chiswell leading this one out. Who's in there with her looking like that could be Hannah Drew on the 3 plates home Mabo UK and Pro Start BMX. That's your front runners at the moment. Hot Shot Racing, Isla Radcliffe in there in 3. Who's picking up 4 for DC Cycles? That is Molly Nice on the 7 plate. Abby Pike in there in 5 on that 9 bike, chasing them down, but it is Chiswell out front taking that moto win. Race 224 on track. Yetska Hemstock, Ice Bikes leading this one through. Mabo UK's Izzy Hurry in there in that 2 spot, chasing her down. Who's picking up 3, 4 and 5? Erin J. Jackson out of the mid-lanks. In there in 3 at the moment, chasing the front runners down. The 302 in there in 4. That is Jamie Higham. And the rider in there in 5 is Isabella Rutherford, out of sorted race gear, but Hemstock and Hurry going to go across the line in 1 and 2. Cowley, Mohan, McCartney, Carpenter, Musgrove, Alonso and Firth all on track. And Elise Cadman, Carpenter jumping away all the way through that second straight. So she leads this one out for Halo Wheels race team on that one bike as she brings it back through the third straight. Taylor Lee Mohan in there in 2. That looks like Anya Mata Alonso in there in 4. She's got Olivia Firth in behind her trying to find her way through. Didn't quite manage it. So Alexis McCartney is under pressure from Alonso at the line. McCartney's going to hang on to 3. Alonso for 4. It got busy in turn 1 in the 17, 29-year-old cruisers. And I don't think Arne Esselman has put in a lap this weekend without smiling as he comes through that second straight for Stay Strong C&K. Dan Wilson is chasing him down in that 2 spot for Rab Racing. That looks like Luke Davies-Hayes in there in 3. Who's the rider in 4? That could be Theo Pope. Yes, it is Pope. Picking it up down the final straight with Luca Manzi rounding out a top 5 spot. Race 227, that looks like it's Colby Hoare on the inside, trying to make the inside line happen against Matt McHugh. So it is McHugh leading this one out for BMX with her photography. Here comes DC Cycles. Got a couple of riders into the top 4 now. Max Henderson has just had a move stuck on it from Kian Brown in that second corner, who's gone from 5 to 3 with a wicked high-low. So he now picks up that 3 spot. Jack LeBras coming back at them down the final straight. LeBras goes from 5 to 4. All sorts happening in that one. Max Henderson in 5. Oh, look at the move in turn number 1. Alex Brooks got shoved wide, and that's left Pete Watson and a few other riders to come in front of him. I think we've just lost Josh Orr on the second straight. So it is Roberts leading this one out. Who's in there with him? Thomas Millar in there in 2. Alex Brooks goes underneath the pair of them in the final corner. Knew what was coming. That's race experience for you. Wicked stuff in the 17, 29-year-old cruisers. Put your hands together for Josh Orr, ladies and gents. As we near the end of the motos, 3 races left. That looks like Josh Cates leading it across the whole shot line in the final 17:29 cruisers moto. Kyle Hill is in there in about 4 at the moment. That looks like it could be Mowat in 3 and Rocky O'Brien in 2. So Cates being chased down then by the template of O'Brien into the final corner. Jack Mowat looked up the inside of O'Brien but wasn't close enough. O'Brien turning on the turbocharge down the final straight. That one was tight across the line. O'Brien nicks it. Cates, Mowat 2 and 3. 30-plus women's cruisers on track. It got busy into turn number 1. Stupple, Gall and Nichols were neck and neck, but it is Stupple leading this one out for Gosport National Race Team on that one bike. Manda Hemstock is better than the rest at the moment. In there in 4 for Ice Bikes. Coach Chizzy's in there in 5 for Team Bunnies, and her teammate Tracy Sharp is in there behind her in at 6. In and out of that final corner for Stupple. She's going to pick up another moto win. That must be 6 this weekend aboard the cruiser with Gall and Nichols behind her. Last moto of block number 1 then for day 2 here at Manchester Indoor, and we are looking at Anita Wong leading out this moto for DC Cycles. Who's there with her? Looking like it could be Rowan Beckett on the 511, doing it for Smiley's Flight Club. In and out of turn number 2, Lee Pendleton's in 3. That is Fawn Clements in 4. Got to be Grace Turner in 5, Joe Wheel in 6, and Lisa Tarling in 7. But it's all about Wong out front. DC Cycles charging away with that moto. Gonna take the win. Beckett in there behind her.
Okay, riders, ready to start. Riders, ready, watch the brake.
We are quarter-final racing, ladies and gents. Check them out. The 12-year-olds are on the inside, looking like Be Strong are going to go 1 and 2. Rowlands leads it, belting there behind him. Who's got 3 and 4 as they come on round? Jag Divine, your European number 4, racing up an age group. That looks like GT Factories. Leighton Harding inside the top 4 as well. Bringing it back through the third straight. Be Strong looking good. Sorted race gear in the mix. GT Factory qualifying as well. In and out of that final turn. Harry Swale's got a bit of work to do. If he wants to pick up a top 4 spot, he's not going to get close enough.
Second quarter final for the 12-year-olds. James Bibby leading it out early doors. Marcus Mullen right there with him as well. And Itai Jamira getting involved. That's the top 3, but it's all about that 4th spot. Look at Lewis Hughes, Preston Pirates. This young man's getting quicker week by week. He's heading into that turn. He's got pressure coming though. He's got Leon Waite from Be Strong all over the back of him. So Hughes and Waite for that final qualifying spot. Hughes has got his nose in front. It's going to be Bibby, Mullen, Jamira. You're 1, 2, 3. Who's going to get the 4? Leon Waite or Lewis Hughes? Lewis gets it just.
Quarterfinal number 3 hits the track. Richards is on the inside. Who's going to get the whole shot? Zach Hamill's leading this one out for Retro Racing. Hamill going 1. Oh, Richards got caught up in traffic and hit the deck. And that has swallowed Noah Bagwell as well. Both riders straight back up to the feet. Put your hands together for those guys. Hamill out front, leading it from the 11 of Adrian Galitis. The 16 of Emil Challenger in there in 3. Charlie Cotter, Merseyside BMX is in 4. That's going to be your front 4 safe and clear through to the semi-finals.
Little bit of frustration for Sam Riches. I think he needs a hug when he gets back to mum and dad. Right, quarter-final number 4 for the 12-year-olds. Let's have a look who's in the middle of this one. It is Archie Crocker-White, Joe Ruck, Isaac the Sender Smith. That is your 1, 2, 3. It's getting very tight as they come out of turn number 1. The 19 of Oliver Taylor, MK Evolution, is the man in that 4th spot. He's got pressure coming from Akin Brazier. Brazier's worked his way through into 4. Here comes the 10 of Ronnie Payne. There's a 3-way battle for the final spot. Brazier's blown a pedal. Is Taylor going to hang on? Will Payne get him? Taylor gets 4. Payne gets 5.
Moving on to the 11-year-old quarterfinals. That looks like the 10 on the inside of Ronnie Wood. Getting busy into the turn. Kylan Gordon slots in front of him. But your race leader on the 4 plate is going to be Finn Munro out of Allen's Factory Supercross. So Munro, Gordon, Wood, that's your front 3. Arlo Steinmetz works his way across into a top 4 spot. He's picking it up down this third straight. Looking like the 20 plate is in there behind him. Got to be Isaac Moore. Got a little bit of work to do to catch Steinmetz into that final corner. Back out for Munro and down the final straight. He's going to take it. Gordon, Wood, Steinmetz. That's going to be your qualifying spots.
As we move on, quarter-final number 6 for the 11-year-olds. Benny Jackson out in front right now. That'll be Freddie Ray Orland in there into the 25 4 of Bo Morris. Teamer in there in 3. Big question, who's got that 4th spot? Is it Radco Racing, Sebastian Hewitt? It is at the moment, with the 620 of Jaden O'Connell chasing him down. Hewitt's not satisfied with 4. He wants the 3. Morris is looking good for the 4 anyway. He's going to make it in.
Quarterfinal number 7 is on track. Joey McAvoy is on the inside. Bike designed and painted by Awesome Finishers. Get in touch with them if you want your bike designing and painting. They do a wicked job, and he's occupying that 3 spot at the moment, chasing down your race leaders. That looks like Teddy Jones working his way into 2, but your race leader, check him out. Jacob Anderson running away with this one. Anderson, Jones, McAvoy, that's your front 3. The battle's on for 4. Who's qualifying at the moment? Alfie Powell's just been shuffled back to 5. Looking like Team Mind's going to take it through. That's Otto Parr in the final qualifying spot.
Quarterfinal number 8, the 4th one for the 11-year-olds. Preston Newmarsh, Power and Arthur Claydon, 1 and 2. Edward Cordery in there in 3, and that is Oliver Ritchie's Green Machine Tribe going through in 4. Tom Henning, Preston Pirates, looking for the 4th spot. He's in the 5. As they come out of the turn, Ritchie's has still got it. Henning's chasing him down. Is he going to be able to get close enough in the last turn? It's Newmarsh, Powell, Claydon, Cordery, Ritchie's. That's going to be 1, 2, 3 and 4. Tom Henning unlucky in 5.
10-year-old quarterfinal number 1 hits the track. Donaldson's on the inside. Who's that there with him? Looking like it could be the 7 of Jack Belton. Yes, it is. Doing it for Reactive Racing. Look at the LCC rider going around the outside. That is the 8 plate of Jack Haynes working his way through. Looking like he's just in front of Oakley Lewisfield out of Team here in Andover. In and out of that second corner, then looking good for Green Machine out front. It is all about Arthur Donaldson at the moment. Who's the rider in 5? The 29 plate of Dougie Johnson. Got a little bit of work to do to catch the 14 of Lewisfield down this final straight. Donaldson, he's going to take it through with Belton, Haynes and Field.
Quarterfinal number 2 for the 9-year-olds. Pro Start heading into that first turn. Quarter 10, I've turned an extra page, hang on. Spencer, Giles, Groves, Bird, Lee, James, Duffield, Carlos. Is that? No, that's quarter 10. Sorry, Ethan Shaw, Jack Kitchen, and going through Rocco Westwood. Well, that was a complete mess, but never mind.
Quarterfinal number 11 hits the track. More 10-year-old action coming your way. Your national champion is Charlie Dowsing. He wants the whole shot this race, and he's managed it for Crucial Racing. Dowsing leads it. Where is the 3 of Rexford? He's in there behind, being chased down by the 5 plate of Radco Racing. Seth Kacharik into that second corner they go. Crank BMX Coaching is in the mix. That looks like Derby BMX in 5. Charlie Sheriff, he is chasing down the 15 of Jacob Dent, heading into that final corner. Sheriff doing all he can to close the gap, but it's going to be Dowsing and Ford out front running away with this one. Heading to the stripe, Kacharik, he's going to take it through along with Dent in 4.
Quarterfinal 12, Spencer, Giles, Groves, Bird, Lee, James, Duffield and Carlos into that first turn. Decoys, George Spencer picking up the whole shot. Northeast BMX, Thomas Giles in there in 2, Groves in 3, and Ollie Bird for the Sinead Reed Academy. He's in there in 4 at the moment, but under pressure from Jake James out of Decoy. Decoy versus the Sinead Reed Academy for that final qualifying spot as they go into the last turn. It's going to be Spencer and Giles taking it through. Groves is picking up the 3. Ollie Bird's going to get the 4.
9-year-old quarterfinal action is on track. Antek Perebny is on the inside aboard his EV1. He's going to lead this one out for Birmingham NRT after taking his European Cup win last weekend. The 754 is in there behind him. That's Seth Robinson doing it for the Brunty crew. Heading into that second turn with Seb Perry. He's in the middle of the pack at about 6 at the moment. It's getting busy for that 3 and 4 spot. Urban Air, that's Alfie Thorne in there in 3. Here comes the 481 in there in 4. That's Arthur Mason out of Team Air throwing in a textbook high-low. He's going to take himself through to the semi-finals at the moment. It's going to be Mason. Robinson's in there as well. Thorne and Perebny out front.
Right, quarter-final 14, Hill, White, Sanders, Rothwell, Brits, Pritchard, Kearns and me into the corner, doing it for LCC. Oakley Hill taking to the skies. Ethan White's in there in 2. Oscar Sanders battling away with the rider out of the Hawks. That's Joel Pritchard. Lewis Rothwell in there in 5. He wants the 4. He's got to catch the Sinead Reid Academy rider. He's pushing hard down the 3rd straight into the final corner. High-low he goes. Preston Pirates versus Sinead Reid Academy for the final spot. Looks like Sanders is going to hold it. Rothwell out in 5.
Penultimate quarter-final for block number 1, then that's got to be Marco on the inside. Oscar Marco, it is for DC Cycles, slots himself into that 2 spot. Where is Big Hens? He's in there in 3 at the moment, got a bucket load of work to do as he's normally out front. That looks like Rustin and Racing's Elliot Hatch in there in 4, but your race leader is Callum Ward, Green Machine Tribe. Big Hens has been getting busy in the turns, he's up to 2, chasing Wood down. So it is Ward, Hens, that's your front 2. Marco's in 3. Who's picking up 4? Still looking good for Elliot Hatch. He's under a bit of pressure. As a look at that finish from Big Hens picking up that quarter-final win.
Last of the quarter-finals, the 9-year-olds. Jake Avis is going to lead it into the turn from Dominic Zapanos. So Fluent and Hotshot going 1 and 2. Christian Garbachik in there in 3. That's Felix Sakina in 4 with the 4-all-2 of Josh Byrne out of Decoy, who's in there in 5. He's on the outside looking in. Avis in there in 1. Zapanos, Garbachik. Big changes for that 5th spot. The Decoy rider of Josh Byrne taking that position away, but it's not going to be enough unless he catches Sakina. Avis, Zapanos, Garbachik, Sakina, all going through.
We are going to be going straight into semi-final racing, ladies and gents. Semi-final sheets will be up on scores momentarily. As soon as they are up, we are looking to go semi-final racing. So please make sure if you are a semi-finalist, you are somewhere in the vicinity.
Right, apparently, I've just had a message. Somebody left a bag in the Pure shop on Friday with a few goodies in it. They've clearly done some shopping and spent some money and then left all the purchases behind, including National Series merch, some new Tioga tyres, 20 by 1.6, some ODI grips. So if you've been shopping and wondered where the hell are my tyres and grips and National merch, they're in the Pure shop. So if you've suddenly developed amnesia and forgotten you've spent money, go and see Rich at Pure. You can have your purchases back. Those jersey auctions I think we're going to do after the semis. Yeah, when the jerseys arrive, we will auction them off. They came out, we looked at them, and then they went again. Right, jersey auction will be done after the semis. Jersey auctions will be done after the semis. We need to knock them out within about 10 minutes, so we're going to have to be quick. The top prize being a signed Freya the Slayer Chalice jersey. That's going to be the top auction scenario this morning. I think Vicky is in the stands collecting for children with cancer. So if you see a lady with a charity bucket, just put your hand in your pocket. If you could stick a couple of quid in, we would be very grateful. Thank you very much.
Looks like we are ready to go semi-final racing. We've got semi-finalists up by the top of the hill. Your 9 to 12-year-old cruisers are lining up, just about ready to go racing.
All right, semi-finals are Go, Cotton, Sheffy, Hall, Livingston, Westwood, Kimber, King and Squires as we go into that first turn. 4 going through, 4 going out. That's what knockout racing's all about. You cannot leave a big gap at the top of that turn, but one rider who did and only just held on to it was the 10, and that belonged to Jasper Kimber. Gosport National Race Team, he's there in 4. He was very nearly in 5. 27 leading it out. That's going to be Charlie Cotton, Louis Cheffy, Huey Hall. 1, 2, 3, and it's Max Livingston in there in 4. Livingston's going to take that 4th spot. He very nearly gave it away in the first turn, though.
Second semi-final for the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers are a go. Check out Swales on the inside, fast signatures. He's going to check into turn number 1 and take it across the whole shot line. Looking like we've got a Gosport NRT rider going through in 2 and 4. As it stands, Team Era got 2 riders in 5 and 6. Billy Cheeseman is in there in 2 at the moment. Who is the other NRT rider coming on through? Jet Thompson under a bucket load of pressure though. Oh, Bo Morris went flying through the 3rd straight. Let's hope that he's all right. Jet Thompson occupies that 3 spot. Who's going to get 4 as he bring it to the line? I think that was Leo Bradley. Put your hands together, ladies and gents. Bo Morris is up to his feet after a huge crash.
Right, semi-final number 3. These are the 13 to 14-year-olds looking for spots in the final. In and out of the turn we go. Cotty in there in 1, Millington in 2. Where is Alfie Sim? He's got all the work to do. He's back there in about 7 at the moment. Looks like his day might be over as they come in and out of the turn. Cottrell, Millington, McKenna, 1, 2 and 3. Who's got the 4? Looks like the 077. Bruce Anthony out of Royston. He's going to pick up that final spot. Unless Hadley Harding had anything to say about it and he couldn't make it happen.
Second rack of the 13-14-year-old semi-finals in turn number 1. Robin Matt Alonso was not trying to give up that position easily, but it is going to be Newton Hindley leading this race out into turn number 2 with Todd Smith-Notman. He's inside the top 4, occupying that 3rd spot at the moment. Crank BMX coaching in there as well. Looking like that could be William Knowles out of the Brunty crew. In and out of that final turn, Notman has worked his way into that 2 spot, battling with Alonso. Hindley, Alonso, Notman. That's going to be your front 3 with Knowles in 4.
15 to 16-year-old cruisers. Sean Brown into the turn. Finton Coburn as well. Got BMX Widow Photography in there. That's going to be Eric McSwitty. Jack Walford getting involved as well. He's in there in 2, 3 even at the moment. Bexhill Zachary Tier also trying to get involved, but it is Brown, Coburn, Walford, McSwitty. That is going to be a 1, 2, 3 and 4 as they cross the line.
Chaplin, Palmer, Harrody, McCrum, Little, Milburn, Hayward and Warlaw charging into turn number 1 in the 15-16-year-old semi-final number 2. Cooper McCrum has just threaded the needle and gone from about 5th to 2nd and made it work for himself. John O'Harrody for the ladies in MK Evolution leads out the semi from McCrum in there in that 2 spot. Who's picking up 3 looking like Stan Palmer with Will Chaplin in there in 4. Who's the rider in 5 looking like Joe Little. Got a little bit of work to do to chase Chaplin down the final straight. Harrody's going to take make it through. Palmer, McCrum, 2 and 3 with Chaplin in as well.
17 to 29, female semi-final number 1. Lily Chiziwa, Taylor Lee Moen, Olivia Firth getting a little bit out of shape. She's in 5, she needs the 4. She's got Izzy Hurry to deal with down the second straight. Sorted versus Mabel. Olivia working her way into a spot. Has Olivia got anything left in the tank to make up some more positions? Battling with Isla Radcliffe. Izzy Hurry in the 5, she needs the 4. She's got one more straight to get it done. Drag racing down the straight. Firth and Radcliffe for that 3rd and 4th spot. Here comes Izzy Hurry. Oh, what a finish. Well, Izzy nicking the 4, Olivia in 5.
Semi-final number 8 is on track. Annalise Cadman-Carpenter leads it through with Anya Matal-Alonso and Hannah Drew in there in 2 and 3. Alexis McCartney's in 4, who's picking up 5. Ietska Hemstock is making moves, and she's now battling it out with Hannah Hedges as they come back through the 3rd straight. But it's all about your national champ at the moment. Annalise Cadman-Carpenter, she is going to pick up this semi-final win. Drew and Alonso neck and neck down the final straight. Hemstock with a late charge to the line. McCartney hangs on.
17 to 29, Cruz has stepped back a little bit. Lewis, as these guys come round, anything could happen. It is Alex Brooks out there in 1, Dan Wilson in 2, Luca Manzi in 3, Fast Signatures, Niall Moss is in there in 4 at the moment, but they are queuing up behind him like Greg's on a Friday lunchtime. In and out of the turn, Brooks, Wilson, Blythe, Moss, that's going to be a 1, 2, 3, 4. Mowat out in 5.
29-year-old Caruso semi-final heading into the turn, looking like Art Nesselman has had a good start. He's going to pick up the whole shot in and out of the corner for Sean Clark and Ken, who's that in there with him. Got to be Rocky O'Brien picking up the 2 spot. The moves are coming in the corner, looking like that could be Millar. Yes, it is, trying to work his way in front of Cates. Luke Davies Hayes is hanging on to 3, looking like Josh Cates is hanging on to 4. Here comes Millar down to the line. Who's going to get that final qualifying spot? Esselman, O'Brien, Hayes, Cates. That's your top 4.
50 to 54, Cruiser semi-final number 1. Darren Reedy in and out of the turn we go. Brett Archibald as well. Oggie's in there in 3. Timmy Turnbar's on a mission in 4. Matt Hayward in 5. Where is Stuart Little? Back there in 8 at the moment. Who's got that 5th spot? It is Hayward chasing down towards the final corner. He's got to catch Julian Allen. It's going to be Reedy, Archibald, Ogden. Timmy Turnbar makes it in.
Your European champion comes out of lane 1 for this semi-final, and he's going to pick up the whole shot into turn number 1. Hilly, Pure Bikes is out front. That looks like sorted race gear in behind him. Got to be Pete Butler being chased down. Look at the scrap going on for that top 4 spot. Carver's on the inside. Brett Knight threads the needle. Looks like Kevin Daz O'Brien has come unclipped in turn number 2. He's now battling it out with Knight in that final corner. Knight throws in a high-low. Hilly, Butler, Carver. O'Brien's going to pick up that final qualifying spot in 4.
Right, 7-year-old boys, here we go, heading towards the first turn in the first semi. Oliver Bridle and Isaac Tomlinson going 1 and 2. And look who's coming down the straight. That's the 3-1-3. That belongs to Louis Austin. Louis in there in that 3rd spot. They are gathering around him. He's looking around and he looked the wrong way. Riders stacking up right there behind him. Who's that in the 3rd position? It's the 3-9-3. And that belongs to John Joe Blundell out of Runnymede. Runnymede in 3. Austin still hanging on to the 4. Here comes Henry Dodd. Midlands versus Bromwood. Dodd nicks it at the line.
Shelby Yates on the inside of the second 7-year-old semi-final. Who's the rider out of the Merseyside club? Working their way on the inside. That's got to be Benji Ross Foster. Yates then leans in the 925 in there behind him. Got to be Eddie Brown doing it for Gosport National Race Team. Where is Lou and Jamira doing it for Rab Racing? He's in 4th at the moment. He's got riders queuing up behind him though. In and out of that second corner. Yates leads it. Still got Brown and Foster for company as they head to the final turn. Who's the rider coming on through looking like like the 263 of Charlie State, trying to work his way in front of Jamira down the last straight. Who's going to get this one? Yates, Brown, Foster, that's your front three. Jamira hangs on to that fourth.
Right, moving on in age group with the semi-finals, the 8-year-olds, Arlo Payne and Albie Blight into the corner, 1 and 2. Preston and Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Here comes Claydon as well. It's getting very busy. That is Connor Grant from Brumwood, who's in there in 4 at the moment. Finley Thomas is trying to work his way in as well. Doing it for the GT team, Archie Walsgrave and Logan Aceto as well. Nightwood's Rory Kempsford's in the mix. But as they come out of the turn, it's going to be Payne, Claydon, Blight and Grant. That's going to be a 1, 2, 3 and 4. Finley's unlucky in 5.
That looked like Frankie Jones going airborne down that first straight. Yes, it is LCC race team on the outside. Look at the moves from Rapid Roman in the turn. The Rapid Roman picks up 2. Little Jones goes through to 3. Who's out front though? Got to be Teddy Gorman doing it for MK Evolution. That's your front 3. Then looking like the Peckham Rider just got caught unstuck in a bit of traffic. That is Pitar Bunchik. He's now chasing down the 3-3-4 of Charlie Crossley, who's in a qualifying spot. Crossley, Bunchik out of the final turn. Here comes Peckham BMX looking for the move. It's going to be Bunchik taking that final qualifying spot.
Right, a stacked semi-final now for the 9-year-olds. 1 out of 2. Antek Perebny, Oakley Hill, Ethan White, Christian Garbachik. 1, 2, 3 and 4 at the moment. 7, 5, 4 belongs to Seth Robinson from Brumwood's national race team. He's there in 5. He's got to catch Garbachik in 4. He's got it all to do. Perebny, Hill, White, out front and clear. Looking good. Garbachik might have enough time and room to hold on to that 4. Perebny, Hill, White, Garbachik through as well. Unlucky Seth Robinson. Right, Joel Pritchard. His sister's had a roll round on the floor this morning as well. Let's hope everybody's okay.
Second rack of the 9-year-old semi-finals hits the track. Big Hens is on the inside, repping Crucial Racing. It looks like he's going to hold shot into the turn. Where's Callum Wood? He drops himself into that 3rd spot. In behind Jake Avis. Big Hens leads it though, out front looking good. Dominic Zapanos has worked his way round the outside to pick up a top 4 spot. That looks like he's shuffled Alfie Thorne back to 5. So your front 4 at the moment is Big Hens, Avis, Zapanos and Wood battling it out for that final qualifying spot. Who's in 5? Looking like it is going to be Thorne down the final straight. He's going to be the unlucky guy going out. Zapanos finalises the top 4.
Right, 10-year-old girls semi-final number 1. Marja Olivia Colliger, Eliza Powell, Arabella Denton, Molly Tomlinson in there in 3. Looks like, hang on, who's got the 4? Got the 11 in there, that's going to be Florence Kay. Out of Bromwood, the 6:30, Arabella Denton. Out of Brixton, she's in that 3rd spot. Cara Cross getting involved as well. Gosport National Race Team. Colliger, Powell, Tomlinson, Denton's in the 4 at the minute. Looks like she's going to have enough to hold off Cara Cross. Brixton versus Gosport. Brixton are going to make it in.
Semi-final number 20 on track. These are the 10-year-old girls. The 4-plate of Holly Webb gets a blinding start, and she's going to hold shot into the turn. MCR are going 2 and 3 at the moment. That's going to be Una Svensson. Anna Puyet Lam going through at the moment. Who's in 4? Rosie Geddes out of the Centurions. Massive. She's qualified through at the moment. Who's in behind her? Sinead's Reed Academy. River Henderson round the outside. Can she make it happen? There's a battle out front. Webb's just about hanging on to it. Svensson looking for a way round last straight action. Henderson, Geddes, who's going to get the final qualifying spot? That one's going to be tight on the line. Webb, Svensson, Lamb, Henderson nicks it. Rosie Geddes unlucky in 5. Put your hands together for Erin Cheek, ladies and gents.
Right, public serving announcements done. Grace Hudak out there. Did I go all country then? All right, you're all right. Yeah, one of them. Betty Wills, anyway, in there in 2. Amelia Rowe in 3. Oh, here we go again. Oh, you'll have to wait, Nikki, I'm sorry. That's Cumbernauld Centurions going through as well. Aria Rose Lee.
Semi-final number 22 on track. The 11-year-old girls is led away by Maisie Egan with the 3-plate of Trixie Trays. Elbow to elbow into turn number 2. Who's going to pick up that one spot? Looking like Tracy's going to make it happen right round the outside. Who's here in 3? That's the 5 of Mia Kiss, repping the Braintree crew. The 14 in there as well. Ellie Bead out of MCR. She's being chased down by Rachel Pritchard in and out of that final turn. Pritchard looking to close the gap. She's not going to get close enough. Beat, Kiss, Egan and Trays all through.
Semi-final number 23, first of the ones for the 10-year-old boys. Charlie Dowsing leading it into the turn. Rexford, George Spencer's in there as well. Jack Haynes diving underneath for LCC, doing a cracking job. He's worked his way into a qualifying position. He's got Oakley Lewis Field and Joseph Jewis to deal with as well. Can Jack Haynes hang on? Out front, Dowsing, Ford, Haynes, Giles. That is your 1, 2, 3 and 4 at the minute. Jewis is looking for a way in. He's got to catch the rider from North East BMX. Dowsing, Ford, Haynes, Giles. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Jewis in 5.
Where is Arthur Donaldson in semi-final number 24? He's in about 3rd, heading into that first corner, and this is led away by your British champion Ethan Shaw. Pro Star BMX, he's going 1 and 2 with the 7-plate of Jack Belton out of Reactive Racing, heading into the corner. Where's Ollie Bird? He's on the inside, looking for a way underneath Seth Kacharik, didn't quite find it. Kacharik then holds on to that final qualifying spot, looking like it is still Donaldson in there in 3. Shaw leads it, Belton in 2. Donaldson going to take that 3rd qualifying spot, and Kacharik rounds out the top 4 for Rad Racing Co.
Semi-final number 25, 2 LCC guys in this one. That is Preston Newmarsh Pow on the inside. Benny Jackson picking up the whole shot. Newmarsh Pow in 2, Freddie Ray Holland in 3. Oh, Ronnie Wood got out of control, and Cordery's taking away the position. So Cordery in there in 4, Claydon in 5, Wood in 6. It's Jackson into the corner. Preston Newmarsh Pow in there in 2. Freddie Ray Holland's going to take the 3. Edward Cordery's going to get the 4. Claydon and Woods will have to come back and fight another day.
Your national champ is in this one. That is Jacob Anderson heading into the turn. Anderson leads it for Absolute. Who's here with him? And it's Monroe picking it up as they come on round. Looking like Joey McAvoy for Mabo UK and awesome finishes. He's getting busy for that top 4 spot. Anderson and Monroe elbow to elbow in turn number 2. The 7 plate of Jones is in there in 3. Hewitt's worked his way into 4. McAvoy, has he got enough left in the tank for Hewitt? In and out of that final corner. Monroe coming back at Anderson down the final straight. Anderson, Monroe, Jones, Hewitt. That's the top 4.
12-year-old girl, semi-final number 1, Iris Hyder, Brooke, Fast Force It, Hard Knocks, Bike Coaching and Pure into the turn. That's Elizabeth Lola Poole, sorted race gear in there in 3. And the 635 of Samia Hughes out of Ireland in there in 4 at the minute. Got some pressure coming though. Lexi Adams trying to get involved as well. Ryder in 5 is the 8 of Millie Ross from Team Mind. Ross versus Hughes for that final qualifying spot. Hyder, Fawcett, Lola Poole. Who's going to get that last spot? Millie Ross.
Freya Harris is coming out of lane 1, but it's all about Grace Gerard into the turn for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. The national number 4 from last year leads this one through. Harris in there behind her, who's picking up 3. That's the 6 plate of Poppy May Kirby heading into that second corner. GT Factory there as well. Looking like that could be Lauren Keller bringing it on through. Absolute aren't done yet either. Elsie Blythe's looking for a top 4 finish, and she's searching in the final turn. Throws it underneath Keller. Can she make it stick? It's looking like Gerard and Harris are out front. Who's going to get the final 2 spots? It's going to be Kirby taking it through with Keller.
Semi-final number 1 for the 12-year-old boys. James Bibby, Marcus Mullen into the turn, going 1 and 2. That looks like Jamira working his way into 3. Who's got the 4? Zach Hamill's in there, but he's got a battle with the rider from Moto 1. That's going to be Adrian Galitis. He's looking to make up for yesterday's disappointment. Harding in there in 5, Hamill in 6, Cotton in 7. But it's going to be Bibby, Mullen, Jamira, Galitis. 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Last semi-final of block number 1, then heading towards that first corner, and it is going to be Absolute Archie Croker wide. Where's Leo Rowlands? He's in about 4th at the moment. Joe Rook's been getting busy and he's in there in 2. White leads it. Rook, here come the B-Strong boys into him 4 and 3. Looking like Rowlands has made it happen. That's got to be Bell in there in 4. Where's Jack Devine and Isaac Smith? They're in 5 and 6. In and out of the final turn. Archie Croker wide, going to wrap up this semi-final win. Rook, Rowlands, Bell, that's going to be your 2, 3 and 4. Semi-finals done and dusted. 10 minutes, ladies and gents. We are going to have a brief 10-minute pause until we go into final racing.
Right, I'm going to start the jersey auction. We have 2 GB jerseys. Beth Shreve has signed one of them, Ross Cullen. And I don't know who the 3rd signature is. But we'll start with
Rich?
Yes?
Can we just hold the auction a minute, ladies and gents? We will get back to that very, very shortly. For those of you that don't know, up in the stands, today it is someone very special's birthday. We love him. We hear him all the time. He's absolutely fantastic. And he absolutely hates stuff like this, which makes it even better. So will you all join me in wishing Mr. Rich Eames, the voice of British BMX, a massive, massive happy birthday.
Thank you very much. I'm genuinely grateful. I'm assuming that's been cooked up with the help of a certain Sam Smith, has it? Yeah. Flavor Flav cakes. Thank you, Sam. Really appreciate that. You know me too well. Coffee, biscuits, cake, a microphone. Angela, stop eating my biscuits, please. That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you for the birthday wishes. I'm genuinely grateful. I am old enough to know better and young enough not to care. Alex is going to do a photo with the cake. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Hang on a minute. What was I going to say then? I can't even remember. Also, as well, interesting well, it's not an interesting trivia point, it's just a trivia point. I've been racing BMX since I was 10. And I just rode my bike at the local track, and I was one of those, pardon my French, but scroty kids who literally just rode round in circles all the time. Eventually, I got to racing at Mid-Lancs, and my very first national was actually on my 21st birthday. So 30 years to the day since I did my first national. 1995, Milton Keynes, of all places. There were about 250 riders. It was in the days when you did practice all day Saturday and just raced on Sunday. Back in good old days when it was like a festival and you could ride the track and do what you wanted. It was phenomenal, and yeah, absolutely loved it. And the first official I ever spoke to at a BMX race was actually Phil Townsend, and he's here today as well. So yeah, 30 years on the national scene, wouldn't change it for anything. Thank you very much for the good wishes, and I appreciate all the DMs I've been sent. Thank you. Right, jersey auction. Let's see where we start. Okie doke. So these are like kid-sized jerseys as well, so you can give them to your child when you've paid for them. I think Mrs. Robinson is up in the stands somewhere if she wants to give us a wave. She's there. Right. So this one has been signed by Sienna Harvey. Who else is on there? Bella May's on there. .696, Freya the Slayer. So there's some good signatures on there. So this jersey will fit like a 6-year-old, should we say, a 7-year-old. So if you want a signed GB jersey for your 6-year-old with all our championship women's signatures on. Okay, here we go. All signed by Ross and Beth. So what else have we got on here? Freya. Yeah, that's that one. Okay, let's have a look. Everyone riding in Elites, Beth, Ross. It's got loads of signatures on anyway. Let's not beat about the bush. So if you want a signed jersey for your 6-year-old, 7-year-old, little kid, start the bidding at 30 quid. Somebody give me 30 quid for this. Make sure you wave properly so I can see you. £30 for the signed GB jersey. Come on, somebody's going to give me 30 quid for it. Somebody give us a wave. Was that a wave up there at the top? That gentleman up there. Oh, hang on. Blue T-shirt up there. I've got my spotter with me.
Rich.
Anybody else? £35 for the GB jersey.
Rich.
What?
We've got a shouter over that way.
Oh, shout over that way. You watch that side. Absolute 35 quid. Gentleman in the blue. £40. Sullivan, if you wave, you're paying for it. Can I tell you? £40, 45 pounds. Gentleman in the blue, 45. We're going up to 50. Are we doing 50? All, yeah, 50. All the proceeds go to children with cancer. Absolute 55.
Are we going for 55 over that way?
Sullivan, don't be cheeky. Your dad won't be happy when he has to get his wallet out. You'll get no pocket money for a year. I think we're at £50. Anybody else? 50, 55. Shout. Oh, hang on, down there. The McGoldricks. Hattie's spending her pocket money. 55. Anybody else? Let's have a look back up there to the Mr. Blue T-shirt. No. Mr. Absolutes. Sullivan, stop it. Did we say 55? It was 55, wasn't it? Right. Going once, going twice. Sold to the McGoldricks. Thank you very much. £55. We'll sort payment out in a bit. Let's get the next one. The blue one, it's got Beth's signature on and Ross. 9-year-old. It'll fit an 8 or a 9-year-old. So, cheeky. Right, we'll start this one. Oh, Emily Hutt as well. That was the one I couldn't read before. So it's signed by Emily, Freya, Ross, Beth. Fit a 9-year-old roughly. We'll start at 40 quid. £40 for the jersey. Anybody? Come on, some. There we go. That gentleman there. You have to wave properly. Shout if you have to. 45, the next bid. Sullivan, I'm going to make you pay for it. £45. Anybody? Come on, this is a signed GB jersey by 4 potential Olympians. It'll fit a 9-year-old. Your kid will be the coolest kid in BMX. Can we go 40, 45? Is that young Mr. Robinson waving up there as well? Or is he just like trying to up their bids? Yeah. 45. If you're waving, you're paying for it. Is that a definite bid? Is that a definite bid? No, his dad's pulling his arm down. There you go. £45. Oh, is that Mr. Zapanos? Are you bidding, sir? Yes. Right, 45. Back to the gentleman with the black top on. Does he want to go 50? Does he want to go 50? Anybody else? Somebody can go 50. Is he on 50? Right, 55 is the bid. Mr. Zapanos, is that you? 55. 60. 65. Oh, here we go. He's getting into a bidding wall. 65 quid. 65. Anybody else? It's at £65 as we stand. Anyone? Let's have a good look round. Mr. Zapanos is winning at £65. Was it 65 or 60? We'll call it 60 quid. Going once, going twice. Sold. Up there. Mr. Zapanos. There we go. We'll organise some payments to be taken. This is Freya's jersey. Freya the Slayer. I know the bloke who gave her that nickname. Jersey signed. Now, you need to think about this, really. You don't need to think now. You need to think 4 years' time. Because if Freya does deliver on her potential and end up in the Olympics, this jersey could be worth a hell of a lot more in 4 years' time. So, we're going to start 50 quid. Sullivan, stop it. Is this a definite bid? Right, Sullivan said 50 quid. I'm going to hold you to it. Anybody over here, £50? Are you waving because you want this? 55, I think, is the next bid. Is it a definite? Is it? Right, 55. Right, hang on. Anybody else on this side? We're up to 60. Oh, yeah, 60 from that gentleman there. 65. Hang on. We're up there. We're at 70. Let's go back over here. 75 will be the next big bid. Is that a serious bid at 75 quid? I don't think it is. He's not nodded. 70 at the minute. Is that a wave up there? 75? Right up there in the top corner. Right, 75, so 80 is the next bid. 80 over there. £80. 85 is the next one. 80 over here winning at the minute. 80. 85 is the next bid. 85. Sullivan's going to have no pocket money for a year at this rate. £80 to the gentleman up there who I now can't see. Or was it in that back corner? Hang on, he's waving up there, sorry. £80. Was 80? It was 80. 85 is the next bid. 80's winning up there. Right, £80. Oh, hang on. 85. Somebody just waving 85. Yeah, 85 there. 90, sir. Yeah. 100. There we go. We've hit 3 figures. Anybody else going to go over 100 quid for Freya the Slayer's jersey? We've got £100 to that gentleman up there. Going once. Oh, 105. 110 is the next one, sir. 120. Back over here. I keep losing sight of people in the crowd. 120. Yeah. Was that a bid, sir? Yeah, 125. 130. 150. Wow, somebody wants this jersey. 150. Any more bids? Any more bids? Going once. Should we call that 160? Yeah. 160, the ball is with you, sir. You need to go over 160. What was that? 180 was that. I just want to be sure. Yeah, 180. Back over here. 180 is the bid. I suggest we go to 200 if you're going to go. 200 pounds. 200 quid. That guy's on the phone to his bank now, trying to sort his overdraft out. 220 for the jersey if you're going to take it. No. 200 here. Going once. Going twice. Sold to that gentleman up there for 200 quid. That could be worth a lot more in 4 years' time. We need to make sure we get everybody's money and we get the right people. Right, if you could go down to the office next to B73 with your cash, check, card, whatever it might be, we'll make sure you get your jersey. Sir, thank you, because all that money that everybody's just donated is going to a children's cancer charity. So thank you very much. We genuinely appreciate it. And that 200 quid bid, belting. Thanks so much. Right, 9 to 12-year-old cruiser home. I've just had another birthday present passed to me as well. Heaver, King, Westwood, Labras, Squires, Hawke, Kimber and Morris. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers, here we go. Team are out there in front. Who's got that fourth spot? It's Jasper Kimber at the minute, but he's under pressure. Kimber's under pressure from Rocco Westwood. Westwood's taking the position away. He's in there in 4. Who's the man in 3? Jacob Squires out of Bideford. He's getting shuffled back as well. So Team Bram Heaver taking it to the line. Machine King in 2, Westwood in 3, Squires in 4. I'm waiting for the next gate to drop, thinking we're on semis. We're not, we're on finals. A final, 9 to 12-year-old cruiser open. Leo Bradley, Max Livingston, Jet Thompson, Huey Hall, Louis Cheffy, Billy Cheeseman, Harry Swales, and Charlie Cotton.
Okay, riders, right on start. Riders, ready, 1, 2, 3.
A final for the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers heading down the hill. Let's have a look who's going to get in there first. Charlie Cotton, Merseyside BMX Club, picking up the whole shot. He's in there in 1, Louis Cheffy in 2. Huey Hall's getting involved, battling with the 16, and that belongs to Billy Cheeseman. He's right there next to Jet Thompson, and Harry Swales was next to him as well. Swales has worked his way into 3. He's battling Huey Hall as they go down towards the final turn. Charlie Cotton out in front, Merseyside BMX Club. He's going to take it. Is Cheffy going to hold on for 2? Oh, close.
55 plus cruiser bruiser, a final up on the gate. We have got Keith Brown, Brent Featherstone, David Knowles, Chris Madron, Billy Stupple, Raymond Reed, Mick Goff and John Bentley.
Okay, riders, right on start. Riders, ready, 1, 2, 3.
Final number 3 hits the track. The 55 plus cruiser bruisers are a go. Big Mick wants to retain that one on his bike, and he's had a cracking start to the season to do so. Benters is getting busy. Benters works his way from 2 to 1 and leads out this final. Big Mick takes to the air. He wants to take that 1 spot back. Who's in there in 3 as they come on round? It's Raymond Reed and Chris Madron having a good old scrap. Big Mick looked up the inside in the final turn, didn't dive under. Bentley, he's going to take it down to the stripe. John Bentley for 1. Mick Goff for 2, Raymond Reed in 3.
50 to 54 cruise to the B final. Brett Knight, Matt Haywood in this one. Stu Little as well doing it for Evolve Bicycle Motocross. It's Haywood, Little, Knights. That is your 1, 2, 3. Tim Porter's in there in 4. Tim Drew in 5. Chalkos in 6. Cotty's having a mare. He's back there in 8 at the moment. But Haywood leading it down the straight. Stu Little on the inside looking for the move. Makes it stick. Evolve Bicycle Motocross looking for the B final win. They're going to get it. Stuart Little, Brett Knight, Matt Haywoods. 50 to 54 cruise of the A final. Julian Allen, Darren O'Brien, Gary Carver, Martin Ogden, Brett Archibald, Pete Butler, Daz Reedy and Alan Hill.
Okay, riders, right on start. Riders, ready, 1, 2, 3.
50 to 54 cruise of the final is go. Alan Hill heading into the turn. Don't know what happened to Darren Reed. He didn't get the start he wanted, but he's carved that corner like a Christmas turkey. Worked his way up into 3, dived underneath Butler and Carver into that first turn and came out in 3rd. Butler in 4th, Carver in 5, Oggy in 6, Timmy Turnbar in 7, Darren O'Brien in 8. Alan Hill takes the win. Will he ever stop? Reedy takes the 2.
45 to 49-year-old cruiser, A final on the gate. We've got Scott Jackson, Philip Duff, Andy Todd, Mark Franklin, David Stokes, Anthony Labras, Norbert Marco, and Fraser Watson.
Okay, riders, right on start. Riders, ready, 1, 2, 3.
Final 6 is a go. Norbert Marco's had a cracking gate once again this weekend, but it's all about Watson into the turn. BMX winner photography, a former world finalist podium positioner. He's in there in that one spot at the moment. Who's in there in two? Looking good for Marco. The three spot is occupied by Anthony Labras. Who's in four? Looking like we've got Dave Stokes out of the Evolved crew. In and out of the final turn though. BMX with a photography. Fraser Watson is your double date winner. He's going to take it home. Norbert Marco for two. Who's going to run out the top three? Anthony Labras.
Yep, 40-44 cruiser final. Matt Smart, Lee Grant, Matt Walsh, Mike Whitaker, Andy Groves, Matt Eaton, Dylan Dixon, and Chris the Grizzly Evans.
Okay, riders, right up start. Riders, ready, 1, 2, 3.
Bruntwood have got three riders in this one, but they've got Chris Evans and Andy Groves and Matt Eaton to deal with as well as they head into that first turn. It is DC Cycles, Chris Evans in one. The 7 plate, that belongs to Dylan Dixon. He's in there in two. Peterborough BMX Club, Andy Groves out of B Radford. He's in there in three. But Evans checking out and going into that final turn. Chris Evans is going to pick up the win. Dylan Dixon for the 2, Andy Groves for the 3, Matt Eaton for the 4, and Mike Whitaker. Check out his YouTube vlog in 5.
30 to 39-year-old cruiser, A final up on the gate. We've got Ryan Jones, Dale Scott, Jamie Webb, Agriz Alexands, Martin Smiley Brown, Nathan Abbott, Daniel Popel, and Tom Palmer.
Okay, riders, right up start. Riders, ready, 1, 2, 3.
I reckon this final could be interesting. Tom Palmer is shot out of a cannon in lane number 1. Dan Popel, though, looking for a way back at him in turn number 1. Oh, we lose Webb in the first corner. Palmer, Popel, Abbott, that's your front 3. Alexander and Brown having a battle for 4. Here comes Popel chasing Palmer, but Palmer as smooth as you like in and out of the final turn. Has Popel got enough left for him in the tank? It's going to be Palmer for crucial. Popel for 2. Out of Absolute, and Abbott rounds out them podium spots. Put your hands together for Jamie Webb, ladies and gents.
(13 to 14) cruiser B final lining up.
Okay, riders, right up start. Riders, ready, 1, 2, 3.
Right, 13 to 14 cruiser the B final. Logan Young, Alfie Sim heading towards that first turn. Owen Miller as well. Young gets the whole shot. It's Young, Sim, Miller. 1, 2, and 3. One rider nearly goes off track. GT have got a rider in there that belongs to Hadley Harding. Meanwhile, Logan Young, DC Cycles, being chased down by Alfie Sim into the final corner. Young, Sim, Miller, Harding, Freddie Walwork as well, rounding out the top 5. Young and Sim went 1 and 2. A final, Will Knowles, Bruce Anthony, Jake McKenna, Todd Smith-Notman, Robin Mattern, Alonso, Newton Hindley, Ben Millington, and James Cotty Cottrell.
Okay, riders, right up start. Riders, ready, 1, 2, 3.
13 to 14-year-old cruisers heading down the hill. Newton Hindley getting an absolute flyer. Robin Mattern, Alonso in there as well. Cotty's getting banged about in the middle of the pack. Todd Smith-Notman's worked his way in. Ben Millington's in there in 5. Jay McKenna in 6. Will Knowles in 7. But it's Hindley and Mattern Alonso into the last corner. Diving underneath, look at the drag race. Robin Mattern, Alonso and Newton Hindley. Robin Mattern, Alonso takes it. Newton in 2, James Cotty Cottrell in 3.
15, 16-year-old cruiser B final is on track. Musa coming in turn number 1. That is the rider out of Exeter, Addison Milburn, on the 15 plate, working his way underneath in that first corner. He's now chasing your race leader, Joe Little, Evolved Bicycle Motocross, looking good through that third straight. Who's the 16 plate in there as well? Bradley Davison. He's in that third spot, chasing down the front 2 riders, but it's all about Little taking it down to the wire. He's going to go 1 and 2 with Milburn. Davison in the top 3. Final 12, 15, 16 cruiser A final. We've got William Chaplin, Eric McSwitty, Jack Walford, Cooper McCrum, Finton Coburn, Stan Palmer, John O'Harradine and Sean Brown. We are a go with the 15-16 cruisers heading for the turn. Brown's been shot out of a cannon for the second time this weekend in a cruiser final. He wants to do the double. Vincent Coburn exits right. It's all about Brown at the moment. Who's in that 2 spot? Stan Palmer doing all he can to close the gap. It's got to be Walford in there in 3. Harradine's in 4. But Sean Brown, Ice Spikes, check it out from the rest of the pack. He's going to do the double on the big wheels across the stripe with Palmer and Walford rounding out the podium spots.
17 to 29, female cruiser B final heading down the hill. We are looking at Jetska Hemstock into the turn. Olivia Firth's in there as well. Works her way into that second spot. Abby Pike battling away. The 7 plate that belongs to Molly Nice out of DC Cycles. Hannah Hedges in there in 4 at the minute as well. Erin Jackson in 6. Jamie Hyam 7. Jamie Elwood, I think, in there in 8. As they go in and out of the turn, it's going to be Hempstock. Firth going 1 and 2. Molly Nice is going to take the 3.
17, 29-year-old cruiser B final on track, heading for turn number 1. That looks like Putland on the outside, but Tom Millar is going to lead this one out. Who's the rider swooping under on the 13 plate? Got to be Conor Blythe. He's now chasing down Millar, your race leader. Wiz Mowat, he's in there in 4. That looks like it could be Colby Hoare in there in 5. It is Putland in 3 for 0-1 Racing. So Moto 1 BMX going to pick up this B final win in the 17-29 cruiser class. 17 to 29-year-old cruiser A final up on the gate. We have got Joshua Cates, Niall Moss, Luke Davis Hayes, Luca Manzi, Rocky O'Brien, Daniel Wilson, Alex Brooks and Arne Esselmont. 7, Rocky O'Brien blows a pedal out of the gate. Esselmont gets a blinded start. He's on the inside of Brooks into the turn. Wilson throws it under. Brooks, Esselmont, Wilson, that's your 1, 2, 3. That looks like Niall Moss working his way into a top 4 spot. Cates is in 5. Brooks, though, looking good out front. He wants to do the double. Esselmont isn't done yet. He's hunting it down into the final corner. Back out they go. Brooks, Esselmont, down the final straight. Here comes Arne Esselmont. He's going to nick it on the stripe. What a final. Arne Esselmont, Alex Brooks and Daniel Wilson go 2 and 3 for Rab Racing.
17 to 29 female cruiser Alexis McCartney, Izzy Hurry, Isla Radcliffe, Hannah Drew, Taylor Lee Moen, Anya Mattern Alonso, Annalise Cadman Carpenter and Lily Chiziwa. 17:29 female cruiser heading down the hill. Chiziwa's got a flyer. Annalise Cadman Carpenter in there in 2 at the moment as they go into that first turn. That's Hannah Drew in there in 3. Alexis McCartney in 4. Anya Mattern Alonso in 5. Isla's in 6. Taylor Lee Moen in 7. Izzy Hurry in 8. So Mabel bookending the 17:29 female cruiser final. Lily Chiziwa's going to make it 2 wins for the weekend. She's going to take it. Annalise Cadman Carpenter, Hannah Drew. You're 1, 2, 3. Alexis in 4.
30-plus women's cruiser B final is out on track. Fwon Clemens with a cracking start. She's heading for turn number 1, doing it for Andover and Team A. On that 13-plate, Team Bunnies have got 3 riders in this one. Tracy Sharp looking like Grace Turner's in there in 3. Joe Wheel is splitting up the Bunnies party for Derby BMX. She's in 4, and it looks like Lisa Tarling is in there in 5. Karen Evans in 6, that is Claire Albert in 7, and Suzanne Jenkins in 8. In and out of the final corner though for Fwon Clemens. She's going to take this B final win in the 30-plus women's cruiser with Tracy Sharp and Grace Turner in there with her. 30-plus women's cruiser A final up on the gate. We have got Annie Chizowa, Lee Pendleton, Rohan Beckett, Manda Hemstock, Anita Wong, Rebecca Goll, Sarah Jane Nichols and Michelle Stupple. Last of the cruiser finals hits the track, and these are the 30-plus women heading for the turn. SJN's in the middle of Goll and Stupple, but it's all about Michelle Stupple, as it has been all weekend in this category. Gosport National Race Team taking it to him. Absolute bicycle motocrosser in that 2 spot with Rebecca Goll. Hot shot in 3 with SJN. Who's in 4? That's DC Cycles and Anita Wong. But in and out of the final corner, your national champion, Michelle Stupple. She's going to take it down to the stripe. Goll, SJN 2 and 3.
Right, underway with a 7-year-old B final state. Austin Powell, Beckett Byrne, Bradley Crudo, Estevez and Ounce. Into that first turn we go. Looks like Charlie State picking up the whole shot. Brumwood's Alejandro Crudo Estevez in there as well, looking for a way around. Decoyer in there in 3. That's going to be Harry Powell. Jack Byrne, Jackson Bradley. Charlie State out of Peterborough, all getting in the mix. But it is the 263 Charlie State in and out of the turn. Alejandro's going to pick up the 2. Young Mr. Byrne, I think, for the 3, unless he gives it up at that line. It's going to be a close finish.
Final 20 in the 8-year-olds are go for their B final. That is the 134 of Finley Thomas. GT Factory picking up the whole shot. Who's in there with him? Got to be Charlie Crossley out of the Tiverton Tornadoes. The 046 in there in 3. Chasing them on through, that is Cosimo Sierra. In and out of that second corner then for Thomas. He is on a charge at the moment. Here we come down the 3rd straight. That looks like Logan Aceto in the middle of the pack as well, looking for a spot into the top 3. He's going to dive on. Oh! Pulled on the ripcord, didn't dive under. Thomas Crossley, that's your 1 and 2. Sarah's in there for the 3.
Right, moving on. These are the 8-year-olds, I think, heading down towards that first turn. Let's have a look. No, the 9-year-olds, I do apologise. Seth Robinson in there in 1. Oscar Marco going through in 2. He's already had a roll round on the floor today. 307 up. Somebody didn't get it right. That was Alfie Thorne out of Urbaner. Less than pleased. Might need a hug when he gets back to mum and dad. Who's in there as well? The Sinead Reed Academy, Oscar Sanders going through in 5, but Seth Robinson bringing it to the line. Here comes Oscar Marco, working his way past, taking the win from Seth Robinson.
10-year-old girls B final is on track. Cara Cross is at a great gate, and she's going to hold shot into turn number 1 for Gosport National Race Team. That looks like it could be the 7 in there behind her. Rosie Geddes out of the Centurions crew, who were up there cheering for her earlier on in the semi-final. Hot Shot Racing in the mix as well. That's Emma Dean on the 604. That's your top 3 then as the exit turn number 2. The Bronte crew are in the mix as well in 4 and 5. Picking it up for the national race team. That is Florence Kay and Roxy Rowlands having their own little battle down the final straight. But it's all about Cross out front. She's going to be the 10-year-old girl B final winner.
Right, 10-year-old boys, Ollie Bird, Sinead Reed Academy on the inside. He's got Jack Kitchen to deal with. Kitchen leading it out. That's Jewis in there in 3. Mr. Lewisfield, Oakley Lewisfield in there as well. battling away. He's got Tobias Groves right there next to him. Groves just picking up that 4th spot. But it is Kitchen, Bird, Jewis, your 1, 2 and 3. Jacob Dent, Rocco Westwood, George Spencer also in this B final, but it's going to be Kitchen from Birds, Jewis and Groves.
11-year-old girl B final is on track. That looks like it could be Rachel Pritchard on the inside, but the whole shot's going to go to Bonnie Dudley. Dudley out of the Evolve Collective gang, she's out front. Pritchard in behind her. That looks like Holly Richardson out of CGR in there in 3. Who is the Peckham rider in 4? Freya Montfort on the 976. So that's your top 4 as it stands. Sinead's Reed Academy in there as well. Maisie Surtees heading through that 3rd straight, but it's all about Evolve out front. Bonnie Dudley. She looks like she's going to take this B final win all the way down to the stripe with Rachel Pritchard for company.
11-year-old boys, the B final taking to the track. Kylan Gordon, Ronnie Wood in the McAvoy's in the mix as well, and Arthur Claydon. But it is Kylan Gordon leading it out. Ronnie Wood working his way into 2. Team Mind have got Otto Parr in there. He's inside the top 5. Oliver Riches, Bo Morris and Arlo Steinmetz all in the mix. Steinmetz in that super colourful kit. Can't miss him in that one. But it's going to be Kylan Gordon, Ronnie Woods. That is going to be your 1 and 2. Who's going to get the 3? Claydon or McAvoy? Claydon in 3, McAvoy in 4.
The penultimate B final of Block 1 hits our 1st straight and enters turn number 1. It looks like Jack Devine trying to get across Leighton Harding, but it's all about Harding at the moment. Leading it from Devine, the 17 played in there as well. That's Zach Hamill occupying the 3 spot. Here comes Isaac Descender Smith. Look at that, goes from 5 to 3 in turn number 2. It goes round the outside of one and underneath the other, and he's picking it up into that final turn. Harding, Devine, Smith. That's your front 3 runners down the final straight. Smith isn't done yet. He wants a 2 spot on the line, and I think he may have nicked it. Yes, he did. Leighton Harding takes the win.
12-year-old girls, last of the B finals. Elsie Blight and Samia Hughes going 1 and 2 into the turn. Mara McCarran's in there as well. Just had the move put on her by the rider on the 12. That's going to be Paige Cathcart Cunnison, who's worked her way into 3. We've got McSwitty, Gould, Adams, Webb in there as well. It is the 7 plate of Elsie Blight. Got herself a 5 bike length lead now over Samia Hughes. She's going to take this B final. Paige Cathcart Cunnison's going to pick up the 3. Olivia Webb for the 4.
7-year-old girls up on the gate ready for their A final. Lining up, we have got Opal Jones, Noah Kerr, Ada Warner, Kenzie Cheek, Hattie McGoldrick, Esme Anderson, Evie Knight and Sophia Reese. Here we go, the 20-inch A finals are flying down the 1st straight. The pedaling princesses are heading into the turn. Hattie McGoldrick's on the outside, but your race leader, Kerrang BMX coaching. Sophia Reese leads this one out. Who's in with her? That is Moto 1 race team. Esme Anderson. Hattie McGoldrick is getting busy in the turns. She's up to 3 and wants that 2. She's now under pressure from Evie Knight as they head through the 3rd straight, but she's coming back at the British champ into the final turn. Oh, the elbows are flying. Anderson and McGoldrick, but it's all about Sophia Reese. She's going to take the win. Hattie McGoldrick pushing for 2 on the line. McGoldrick nicks it. Esme Anderson for 3. 7-year-old boys up on the gates for their final. We have got Henry Dodd, Lewin Jamira, John Joe Blundell, Benji Ross Foster, Isaac Tomlinson, Eddie Brown, Shelby Yates, and your British champion, Oliver Bridle. 7-year-old boys are flying down the hill and through the first straight. Yates is on the inside. Look at Lewis Jamira. He's going right round the outside of everyone. He picks up the 2 spot in behind the British champion. Oliver Bridle leads this one through. Lewis Jamira, Shelby Yates are in 2 and 3. Here comes Eddie Brown for Gosport National Race Team. He's up to 4. It's getting busy in the corner. Yates throws in a high-low. So does Benji Ross Foster. Yates makes his stick, goes from 3 to 2, but can anyone catch Exeter Eagles as Oliver Bridle? No, they cannot. Bridle makes it 2 for 2. Yates, Jamira, that's going to be your podium positions.
Right, 8-year-old girls are up next. We've got Lottie Arnold, Verity Kay, Mabel Pine, Flick Brentnall, Abigail Henning, Matilda Hewitt, Maggie Devine and Orla Jewis. Eight-year-old girls are go. Matilda Hewitt got a good start, but Maggie Devine got a better one. She's going to lead it into the turn, but Orla Jewis is right on her back wheel. Sorted Race Gear out in front. Fast Signatures in there in 2. Radco Racing in 3. Preston Pirates, Abigail Henning in there in 4. Flick Brentnall's back in about 6 at the minute, but pushing hard. It is Sorted Race Gear. Maggie Devine, Orla's looking to make her move, diving underneath in the final turn. There's going to be a drag race to the line. Who's going to get it? Maggie Devine taking the win. Orla, Matilda, Abigail and Mabel Pine. 8-year-old boys, Peter Bunchik, Frankie Jones, Connor Grant, Albie Blight, Joseph Clayton, Rapid Roman Birdfield, Arlo Payne and Teddy Gorman. The Super 8s have just left the gate. Taking to the sky. Frankie Jones just pressed send. He's out there in the lead. Look at the ball that's coming. That is Clayton, I think, who's trying to chase him down into that turn. Joseph Clayton. Frankie Jones still hanging on to it. The LCC lot are going to be going mad up there. Here comes the 904. Teddy Gorman just taking the lead away from Frankie Jones. So, Gorman, Jones, Clayton, Birdfield, that's how it's going to finish. What a lap from Frankie Jones. I hope he's got his pilot's license with that kind of right, come on then, male 9s, Lewis. Oh, do we lose one? It was Arlo, I think. Yep, it was Arlo, having a bit of a tumble. Getting a hug off Dad.
9-year-old boys up on the gate. We've got Christian Garbachik, Dominic Zapanos, Callum Wood, Ethan the Great White, Jake Avis, Oakley Hill, Antek Perebny, and your British champ, Henry Sullivan. Final 32, the 9-year-old boys are a go. Where's Big Hens? He's on the inside, he's neck and neck with Perebny into the turn. Antek Perebny leads it out. Big Hens is there with him. Here comes Oakley Hill in 3. Jake Avis is in there in 4. It's all happening into the second corner. But it is still Birmingham and RT out front, leading it from Crucial Racing into the final corner. Big Hens is teeing up a move. Can he make it happen on the exit of the turn? Antek Perebny's going to nick it down the final straight. Perebny wins it. Big Hens for 2. The 9-year-old girls are up on at the gate for their final. We've got Alice Barron, Layla Dixon, Megan Keller, Madison Stupple, Maisie Dyson, Ella Grant, Lauren Snell and Phoebe Millar. The gate goes down and the 9-year-old girls hit the track. Who's on the inside? That is Moto 1 race team. Phoebe Millar looking to hold shot into the turn. Millar leads it. Snell is right there in that 3 spot by the looks of it. Ella Grant in 2. So it is Millar, Grant, Snell in that order. Where is Maisie Dyson? She's in there in 4, being chased down by Megan Keller at a GT factory. But it's all about your British champion at the moment, Moto 1 BMX race team. In and out of the final turn, Phoebe Millar. No one can catch her. She's going to take it to the line. Ella Grant for 2, Lauren Snell in 3, a battle on for 4. I think Keller might have nicked it. Yes, she did.
10-year-old girls up next. Arabella Denton, River Henderson, Agnes Lamb, Molly Tomlinson, Una Svensson, Holly Webb, Eliza Powell, and Olivia Colliger. It's go, go, go for the 10-year-old girls heading down the hill. Marcia Olivia Colliger is going to lead it into turn number 1. Molly Tomlinson's in there in about 4 or 5 at the minute. And the rider out of Sinead Reid Academy, River Henderson, trying to work her way through from the back. Here we go, Una Svensson in there for Manchester alongside Agnes Lamb. But it is Colliger out in front, the 4 plate. Holly Webb in there in 2, Eliza Powell in 3. 5, 3, 4 now. Una Svensson trying to make some moves in that final corner. But it's going to be Colliger, Webb, Powell, Tomlinson. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Svensson in 5. 10-year-old boys. Thomas Giles, Jack Haynes, Seth Kacharik, Arthur Donaldson, Rex Ford, Jack Belton, Charlie Dowsing and Ethan Shaw. Right. I'm saying nothing. Right, pulling him over. We are going to have to rerun that one, obviously. Sorry, boys. Right, we're going to rerun final 35, 10-year-old boys. We'll give you a few minutes, lads, just to get your breath back, settle down a little bit. We're going to move on to the 11s, 11-year-old girls.
Lining up on the gate then, the 11-year-old girls. We have got Aria Rose Lee, Mia Kiss, Ellie Beats, Amelia Rowe, Maisie Egan, Betty Wills, Grace Hudak and Trixie Trays. Right, so we've got final 36. Let's rattle through those names again. 11-year-old girls, Aria Rose Lee, Mia Kiss, Ellie Beat, Amelia Rowe, Maisie Egan, Betty Wills, Grace Hudak, and Trixie Trays. Final 36 hits the track. Who's on the inside and who's got the spin to take the win? Wills is the first front wheel to show. She's going to whole shot it in and out of the corner. Pro Star BMX leading it from GT Factory. That's Maisie Egan. Trixie Tracy's up to 3. Who's the rider coming around the outside? Got to be Amelia Rowe on the 889, but she's had a couple of elbows in turn number 2. Tracy's hanging on to a podium spot at the moment then. The E7 of Grace Hudak's worked her way up to 4. But Betty Wills, your European number 4, she's going to take this win down to the stripe. Egan under pressure from Tracy at the line. I think Egan hung on. Yes, she did. Trixie Trace rounds out the podium spots. As the 11-year-old boys line up on the gate, we've got Seb Hewitt, Teddy Jones, Edward Cordery, Finn Monroe, Freddie Ray Orland, Jacob Anderson, Preston Newmarsh-Powell, and Benny Jackson.
1,
Here we go then, the 11-year-olds are a go. Looking like Jackson didn't get the best of gates. Anderson into the turn, he's got Monroe right there with him. Who's going to whole shot it? Looks like Anderson leads it, Monroe in there behind him. The LCC boys are in 3 and 4, but here comes Preston Newmarsh-Powell working his way into a top 4 spot, but he's received an elbow. Edward Cordery's getting busy, he's up to about 5, but it's Anderson. Monroe out front, last turn action. Monroe looking for a way around your national champ down the last straight. Jacob Anderson, Finley Monroe, that's the order they're going to finish. Who takes the 3? That was Freddie Ray Orland.
12-year-old girls are up next. We have got Millie Ross, Lauren Keller, Poppy May Kirby, Freya Harris, Grace Gerard, Elizabeth Lola Poole, Brooke Fast Fawcett, and Iris Hyder. 12-year-old girls heading down the hill. This could go any which way at all. Iris Hyder taking to the skies and picking up the whole shore. Brooke Fast Fawcett in there as well. Elizabeth Lola Poole coming through. Freya Harris getting involved. And Grace Gerard in there as well. 2 Hard Knocks riders inside the top 3. But they've got to chase down the young lady from Pure who's out there in 1. She's got a 5 bike length lead. Iris Hyder bringing it to the line. Grace Gerard in 2. Brooke Fawcett in 3. Freya Harris in 4. Elizabeth Lola Poole rounding out the top 5. 12-year-old boys. Is it, or is it the rerun? Which one is it? Rerun. They're going last, are they? Right, 12-year-old boys then up next. Adrian Galitis, Archie Bell, Itai Jamira, Leo Rowlands, Marcus Mullen, Joe Rook, Archie Crocker White, and James Bibby.
Okay, riders, ready to start. Riders, ready, 1,
12-year-old boys, the final. Let's have a look. James Bibby, Archie Crocker White, Archie Bell into the turn. Joe Rook dives underneath. Here comes Marcus Mullen as well. It's getting very busy. Galitis is back there in 7. Jamira's looking for a way round any which way he can. He's in there in 4. But Pro Star, James Bibby into the final corner. Archie Crocker White, he's in there in 2. Joe Rook in 3. Itai Jamira, late charge of the line. He got 3rds. Back to final 35, the 10-year-old boys, the rerun. Thomas Giles, Jack Haynes, Seth Kacharik, Arthur Donaldson, Rex Ford, Jack Belton, Charlie Dowson, and Ethan Shaw.
Okay, riders, ready to start. Riders, ready, 1,
10-year-old boys heading down the hill. Who's going to get there first? Ethan Shaw, Rexford into the corner. Dowsing's trying to work his way underneath. Here comes the rider on the 11, just gets a little bit cut off. That was Ridges. Jack Haynes is in there in 7 at the moment for LCC. But Ethan Shaw out in front. Rexford in 2. Charlie Dowsing in 3. Got a feeling that's Jack Belton in there in 4. But it's all about Ethan Shaw for Pro Start, taking the win from Rexford. Charlie Dowsing rounding out the top 3. Right, I'll just wait for the timings and then we all know what's going on. I think we'll be moving into practice shortly. I'm going to go